Jays and the Yankees, division rivals, finished with the same record, with the Blue Jays winning the East Division title.
We have one team for an entire country, so it's going to be an awesome atmosphere. The guys are fired up to see how crazy these Canadians are going to be.
We want it all!
We've played 162 to get into this position, and the guys are ready to go out and play in front of this crowd.
I don't take this for granted. You want to be a part of this moment. Still a long way to go, and it starts at 4:08 today.
Gausman needs one more good pitch. He's 1-2 again. Swing and a miss, strike three. A scoreless top of the first for Gausman.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has appeared in the postseason.
And it would be a timely situation for his team if he could get hot.
And it's gone! How's that for starting off the postseason with a bang?
Guerrero Jr. homers in his first at-bat of the postseason.
This place is bedlam right now.
These fans, they love this guy, face of the franchise.
Broken bat, it's caught by Guerrero! A spectacular play. Wow!
Bronx put a stamp all over this game through 2 innings. Alejandro Kirk's one of the most underrated hitters, one of the most underrated players.
First pitch crushed. That ball is headed to the second deck and gone!
Man, did he jump on that first pitch.
The 1-1. Hopes on a line out to right field. Long run. Lucas near the side. Warning track. Dives and he got it. Nathan Lucas with a highlight reel catch. 2 down.
Everybody on their feet, it feels like, here at the Rogers Center. 3-2 again. He got him. Louis Varland to handle Giancarlo Stanton.
The bullpen took shape on the fly for the Jays this year. Really good down the stretch.
Bases loaded. 2 outs. 2-1 Blue Jays top of the 6th. The pitch. And he got him. Swinging strikeout. Louis Varland sets down Giancarlo Stanton.
The Blue Jays, the best team in baseball, getting guys in from third with less than 2 outs.
Andres Jimenez threw into right field. Varsho in to score.
Springer takes ball for the lead off. Nathan Lucas comes up.
Driven to right field. Hooking toward the corner. That ball's down for a base hit. Bouncing into the wall. Jimenez scores. Clement scores. Stop sign for Springer. Lucas in the second. A 2-run double. 2-1 to Kirk. He's done it again. Alejandro Kirk. He's unbelievable.
Really kind of all-around, well-played game. That game kind of sums up our season right there, you know? Pitching, hitting, defense.
Got him.
Blue Jays say, here we are. A statement win in their first game of October.
Their first playoff win since 2016.
To us, it's one day at a time, no matter what we're going. One day at a time, and we're trying to win it all. Let's go. Let's do it again tomorrow, guys.
It's the Blue Jays and Yankees getting set for Game 1 of the ALDS.
And this is going to be some series here. They've been waiting for this in Toronto for a long, long time. And this is the first time the Yankees have faced them in any kind of playoff contention. So they're all hyped up out here.
The Yankees had a hard-fought series against the Boston Red Sox. They lost Game 1 of that best 2 out of 3, then became the first team ever to come back in that 2 out of 3 new format that was put in a couple of years ago. Started here in a playoff game in 2022 in the series against the Seattle Mariners. He's made in total 3 playoff starts in his career and 8 playoff appearances. His 2 starts as a Blue Jay in the postseason have had mixed results.
Gausman comes in, and off we go with a bouncing ball along first. That is a fair ball, and 1 pitch, 1 out. And Grisham saying, I don't think so. I think he's arguing that he fouled it off his foot, and then he's hoping that it stayed foul. All right, so this call's going to stand.
But that's a dream first pitch out in the postseason for a pitcher.
Aaron Judge, 4 for 11 in the wild card series against Boston. He's always hit Kevin Gausman really well and loves hitting in this ballpark. Last 21 games in Toronto at Rogers Center, 10 home runs for Judge.
Swing on, hit hard, left side, base hit into left field. Aaron Judge, another single for him. He had 4 singles against the Boston Red Sox. And hopefully in this series, he'll be able to get more balls in the air and get them out of here.
It is another fastball. It's way up there into center field for Dalton Varsho. Bellinger retired, 2 gone in his first. And it brings up Ben Rice, whose breakout this season has continued into the postseason. He homered on the very first pitch that he saw as a playoff player in Game 2 against Boston.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. A scoreless top of the first for Gausman. Around the hit from Judge.
Luis Gil, the reigning Rookie of the Year, missed a lot of this season with a lat injury. He gave up 5 runs in his first game back, but he's 4-0 in the 10 starts since.
Yeah, control. That's going to be the key. Can he have enough control and throw enough strikes against an aggressive team that does not see a lot of pitches and puts the ball in play?
Springer chops this one to third. McMahon, a running throw to get him.
But they say he has the moxie and the ability to work in and out of trouble, and he might be the right guy for the right situation here in Game 1.
Hits it hard, but Volpe plucks it, and 2 up and 2 down for Gil. If the Jays are going to make a run, John, they got to get more than they've gotten lately from Guerrero, who's not homered in a month.
In the air to right field. Judge going back. Running out of room, and it's gone. An opposite field home run for Guerrero, his 23rd on the season.
Vlad launches one. Left field and deep. Bellinger going back. Looking up at the wall. It's out of here. Blue Jays take a 1-0 lead on the first career postseason home run for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And he is back in October form.
We have been waiting for that, and the Blue Jays have been waiting for that. That was just a floating changeup from Luis Gil, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was all over it.
And 2 outs. Here's a pitch from Gil. Swing and a miss, one up top, beating. Damage done by Guerrero. It was a solo home run. Toronto's got a 1-0 lead.
Gausman set, 1-0 Blue Jays.
Gausman deals. Down the line. That is a fair ball and a base hit for Chisholm. Lucas is playing over there, so he holds him to a single.
And it's a 1-out single for Chisholm. Ryan McMahon, left-handed hitting third baseman. Broken bat liner, diving catch, Vladdy. Pops up, steps on the bag for an inning-ending double play. What a start for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Fans are wild for him again. And at the middle of the second, still 1-0 Blue Jays. The Blue Jays are back to the bats, leading 1-0 over the New York Yankees. Luis Gil back on the hill for the Yankees, and Alejandro Kirk will lead off for Toronto. First pitch crushed, left field and deep. That ball is headed to the second deck and gone. You can't stop him right now. Alejandro Kirk makes it 2-0 Blue Jays in the second.
I was about to say, Ben, I think Vlad is back on top. Alejandro Kirk is back on top now. What a swing from him.
Fastball in. Almost right on the black, and Kirk yanked the hands in to launch another deep homer to left. And the Blue Jays are the team with the big swings early in this game, leading 2-0.
This is Dalton Varsho, the center fielder, left-hand hitter.
8th pitch to Varsho. Up the middle and through. Varsho goes out to get a changeup. Singles into center.
2-0 Blue Jays. No outs, bottom of the second. Varsho leading off first, and Anthony Santander.
On the 9th pitch, Santander swings and misses. He finally finishes him off with the fastball. And Santander gets an appreciative cheer from this Toronto crowd.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, lifted to center field. Here comes Grisham calling off Judge in shallow right center field. He makes the play, and that'll do it.
2 out.
But now Vladimir Guerrero Jr. back up. What a day he has had so far. A solo homer in the first and a diving defensive play in the second.
Guerrero serves a base hit the other way, showing off all the dimensions of his game. The power in the first at-bat. The opposite field base hit here. Going to have a pitching change here after the base hit from Guerrero. Gil is finished with 2 out in the third. 2 2/3. He gives up the 2 solo home runs and hands it off to the bullpen. That's put in play, and it's going to be an infield hit for Barger. There's a perfect example. They just do not strike out. Barger puts it in play and has an infield hit.
And now Alejandro Kirk comes back up, who in his last 7 at-bats has homered 4 times and doubled once.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch, swing, slow ground ball left side. Charging McMahon in the glove, flips over, and plenty of time to get Kirk, and that'll do it. So the damage held to just a couple of base hits.
Kevin Gausman has faced 1 above the minimum so far. He's allowed 2 hits, but he did get a double play ball Ben Rice is up, 2 outs. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hands in the air all around Rogers Center as Gausman walks off the hill. 2-0 Blue Jays at the middle of the 4th.
2-0 lead for Toronto as we go to the top of the 5th. The Yankees' #1 scoring team in baseball, #1 in home runs, are being stymied so far by right-hander, the veteran Kevin Gausman.
Poked on a line out to right field. Long run, Lucas near the side, warning track, dives and he got it! Nathan Lucas with a highlight reel catch, 2 down. Chisholm stunned in between first and second. He thought he had extra bases.
How many big plays has Nathan Lucas made out there in right field? My goodness, he continues to play a really special right field.
Poked on a line center field. Charging Varsho slides to make the grab. 2 great plays in the Blue Jay outfield and another 1-2-3 inning for Kevin Gausman, who's retired 10 in a row. Blue Jays lead 2-0 on the back of home runs in the first and second from Guerrero and Kirk. Since then, it has been Kevin Gausman's game. He's back out on the mound. Only 50 pitches into his start. He begins the 6th inning.
Home with an 0-2 to Volpe. He lifts that one up to left field. Back goes Santander to the wall, and it's off the wall. That thing kept on carrying, and Volpe's into second with a leadoff double.
Here we go with Wells. Austin, left-hand hitter. And first pitch, swing on line drive, right field, base hit. Volpe had to go back. He didn't know if it was going to be caught or not, so he advances to third. But now the Yankees have the tying runs aboard, and they bring up Trent Grisham.
The 8 and 9 hitters for the Yankees come up with back-to-back hits to make it first and third, no outs.
But Kevin Gausman just hasn't made his pitches so far in this inning.
Taken outside, ball 4. They're loaded up, and there's nowhere to put Aaron Judge. All right, here we go. We've been waiting for a big moment in the postseason from Aaron Judge. This could be it right here with the bases loaded and nobody out. Down 2-0, top of the 6th.
Another payoff pitch to Judge. And he got him. Big strikeout by Gausman and a huge first out in this 6th as Judge walks back to the dugout. Judge chased a yanked splitter down and away. And Gausman with just his 3rd strikeout of the start. Still a big jam. Bases loaded, 1 out.
Takes ball 4. Run's going to score. RBI for Bellinger. 2-1 ball game. So second walk in the inning and for the game for Gausman. Well, here comes Ben Rice. Twice struck out on a 1-2 pitch in both times, and they were off-speed pitches.
Here it is. And it's popped up. Third base side in fair territory. Barger under it. Infield fly rule in effect, and there are 2 outs as Barger makes the grab anyway. And John Schneider makes the walk out to the hill. Nice bounce back there for Gausman, but that's the last pitch he'll throw. The dangerous Giancarlo Stanton is coming up with the bases loaded and 2 outs, and Louis Varland will face one of this century's great power hitters in Giancarlo Stanton, who's 0 for 2 today, but could very well hit a grand slam on any pitch. And he got him! Swinging strikeout, Louis Varland sets down Giancarlo Stanton. The Yankees create a lot of havoc, but they only get 1 from 2 hits and 2 walks. Still a 2-1 Blue Jays lead.
Well, Luke Weaver takes over for the Yankees in this tight, taut 2-1 Toronto lead. So here's Dalton Varsho.
Takes ball 4 and has a leadoff walk.
And he's on for the 2nd time in this game. 1 for 2 with a walk now is Dalton Varsho.
And I know that if you're Anthony Santander, you want to come up with the big knock here, but your goal is to just get Dalton Varsho to second base with less than 2 outs. That's all you should be concerned with.
Hit on a line, down in right center, a base hit. Varsho sprints around second. Here's the throw from right by Judge. It bounces in way late. Dalton Varsho on third, and Santander has his first hit of the postseason. Now Santander lifted from the game after coming up with a hit. His day ends 1 for 3. Miles Straw is in to run. Now they got runners on the corners, nobody out. And you feel like they have to come up with something here. Luke Weaver is tough, but this is too sweet of an opportunity for the Blue Jays right now. Hit on the ground, right side, and through into right field. Varsho in to score. Straw up to second. Big hit by Andres Jimenez. It's 3-1 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th.
When it's not Vladimir Guerrero Jr., when it's not Bo Bichette, when it's not George Springer, it's somebody else. Number 8 in this lineup comes through with maybe the biggest hit of the season.
3 hitters, they all reach 3-1 Jays, still nobody out. Cruz comes into the game. Bunts it back to Cruz, who will go to third in time, over to first. Not in time, but they get the lead runner. Top of the order, and Springer is hitless here in game one.
In the dirt, ball 4. Made him wait and then skipped it in front of home plate. Bases are loaded for the Blue Jays with 1 out. Corners in, middle back, Nathan Lucas up. Driven to right field, hooking toward the corner. That ball's down for a base hit, bouncing into the wall. Jimenez scores, Clement scores. Stop sign for Springer. Lucas in the second, a 2-run double. Makes it 5-1 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th. Nathan Lucas does it again, and his dream season continues into October.
Nathan Lucas might have swung at ball 4, but he'll take it. He hammered that elevated pitch. I mean, who else but Nathan Lucas?
Still more big swings potentially coming. 5-1 Blue Jays, second and third for Toronto with 1 out, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up. Hit in the air, center field, hanging up for Grisham. He calls for it in right center. Springer tagging. Grisham makes the catch. The throw will go into third. Springer crosses home plate as Lucas slides into third. Sac fly for Guerrero. It's 6-1 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th. Right-hander Blackburn is set at the belt, looking to homer again, as he's done so many times recently. Drilled! Left field and deep. Bellinger to jog. He's done it again! Kirk into the Blue Jay bullpen. It's 7-1 Toronto. Alejandro Kirk is unbelievable.
Kirk really struggled in September, but he has figured something out. It is really fun to see what he's doing up there. Over the last week or so, every mistake that he's gotten, he has barreled up. And that one right there, he didn't miss it.
Varsho smacks one to left center field. That's headed for the wall. Varsho flying to second with a double. He's on for the 3rd time today.
Runner on second, no out. Straw up with the corners pinched in. Line and down in right field. Varsho gets a stop sign last second as the throw comes in from Judge on a bounce on line. It's a single off the bench for Straw. Runners on the corners. Andres Jimenez up. Varsho on third, Straw on first. Hit on a line to left field. This could be trouble. It's down in fair territory, a base hit. Varsho in to score. Straw into third. RBI bloop double by Andres Jimenez. And the Blue Jays are pouring it on. It's 8-1.
And now the Blue Jays have runners at second and third with still nobody out in this inning.
Is lined by Clement center field. Charging forward Grisham. Tagging at third, Straw. Grisham makes the catch. Here comes Straw. The throw bounces in offline. It's a sac fly for Ernie Clement. And a 9-1 Blue Jay lead in the bottom of the 8th inning with 1 out. 7 combined runs in the 7th and 8th. This was a really tight, tense game until that 4-run 7th.
Like I said, this is a fun team to watch.
Speaking of, Nathan Lucas comes up on the ground, off the mound, up the middle, and through. Coming around third, Andres Jimenez. He'll score without a throw. Lucas drives in another, and the Blue Jays up to double digits, leading 10-1 over the Yankees in the bottom of the 8th.
You can't say enough about what Nathan Lucas has done, not only today, but over the course of this season. He's played an incredible right field, come up with a couple of huge catches, go down.
Going to the New York, and they're 10-1, and they take the opener of this AL.
There are a lot of things about Desjardins that might surprise you. Like how we're financially empowering 7.8 million clients. How we're helping over 400,000 businesses thrive. How we gave over $500 million back to communities in 2024. And how we've been helping people prosper for 125 years. Desjardins. We might surprise you. Information sourced from the 2024 Desjardins Group Annual Report.
With the roof open, 0-1 in the dirt. Trey Savage slotted in to pitch this game too, in part because the Blue Jays would rather have him pitch in the playoffs at home. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. But also, they left off several established starters instead to put Trey Savage in the rotation. So they're not babying him by any means. He'll get an extra sec here. Grisham asks for time.
There is potential here to dominate for Trey Savage, but he has to limit the walks. That should be priority number 1.
Through 5 shutout in his last start on the 27th. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Good start as he punches out Grisham with the splitter. His best pitch. There's 1 out.
I know it's a small sample size. I know it's early, but he looks like he has the command of his 2 best pitches. That good fastball, that good split finger. He gets Trent Grisham way out in front with one of his best big league split fingers right there.
Here's a gut check now for Trey Savage. Aaron Judge is up. 1 out, the wind in the pitch. Fastball outside, ball 1. Pardon me, that was the slider. It's the same mix for Savage as Gausman has. 4-seamer, slider, splitter, but the slider is much more of a part of it for the rookie. 1-0. Inside, missed to Judge with a splitter. 2 balls and no strikes. We're in the first inning. It's brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. 2-0 pitch just outside. Fans unhappy with the call of Adam Hammery, the home plate umpire. It's 3-0. 1 out. Judge in the righty box. Bases empty, top of the first. Savage with a 3-0 pitch. Fastball outside again, ball 4. With Adam Hammery behind home plate is Jordan Baker at first. Tony Randazzo umpires second. The crew chief Dan Bellino is at third. Left field umpire down the left field line, Roberto Ortiz, and Chris Siegel down the right field line. Strikeout of Grisham, 4-pitch walk to Judge. 1 on, 1 out. Left-handed hitting Cody Bellinger is up. And the pitch. Fastball, just low, near miss, ball 1.
I know it's easier said than done in a stressful environment like this, but you have to trust that your stuff is good enough to get these guys out. Looks like he's nibbling just a little bit.
Righties 1-0. High and outside 2-0. Blue Jays felt confident that Trey Savage would not be fazed by this moment. Only 22 years old, but he has shot up through the organization, pitching at 5 different levels this year. Facing a left-handed hitter in Bellinger with 1 out and a runner on first. Righties 2-0. Called strike, fastball on the outer third.
And now he's shown that he can locate that fastball, so Cody Bellinger has to respect that. Now you can go to that split finger. You can really throw anything now.
Set at the stomach. Savage kicks and deals. And it's another heater in the zone. Brings it up to the top of the zone. Staying on the outer third. It's 2-2 on that called strike. Better against left-handed hitters than righties is Savage. The splitter, a big part of it. His right on left pitch. Check swing, bouncer, foul. He had Bellinger completely fooled on that splitter, and that's why he got the soft contact off to the left. Still 2-2.
That split finger looked exactly like a fastball. I actually thought it was a fastball before I looked up at the radar gun and saw an 86. I'm sure Cody Bellinger saw the exact same thing.
Judge leads off first. 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Sword from Bellinger. Another awkward hack there on the splitter, and there are 2 down.
As Cody Bellinger was walking past Ben Rice, he let him know that that was a split finger. The Yankees have never seen Trey Savage. I'm sure they've seen some video. They probably looked at the scouting report. But until you see that split finger, until you see that angle, he is very, very tough.
Ben Rice up with Judge on first. 2 outs in the pitch. Fastball called strike. Pardon me, the splitter, and it had Rice jumping back out of the way, even though it broke back into the zone. 0-1. Another left-handed hitter for Savage. Boone sticking Aaron Boone with his left-handed hitters, despite Savage pitching better against them. 0-1. Called low. That probably had the zone, but it's been a bit of a squeeze in the bottom of the first, or top of the first, from Adam Hammery. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think the problem there was that Savage missed his spot by quite a bit. They were trying to come up and in right at the hands of Rice. Still a good pitch, though. That should have been a strike.
1-1. Swing and a miss. Through the splitter again, right over the middle, but Rice was about a second in front of it. It's 1-2, and the fans rise to their feet. Savage has already punched out a pair in his first inning of postseason baseball.
If you're going to throw that split finger again, you have to get it below the strike zone. That one right there floated through the zone just a little bit.
Top of the first, no score. 2 outs and Aaron Judge on first base. Savage with a 1-2. And he got him. Swings at a splitter in the dirt. Kirk with the tag. 3 strikeouts in the top of the first. No score, Blue Jays and Yankees. Max Fried against George Springer next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Bingo!
Great games, good friends, and giving back. That's what charitable gaming's all about. At a charitable bingo and gaming center, your gameplay has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities supporting causes such as counseling services, youth sports programs, and healthcare. So come and enjoy a wide variety of games. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly.
Charitable Gaming. Community good.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
One pitch is hit high. No way. Varsho's done it again.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth here at Rogers Center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Trey Savage capping off an electrifying top of the first. Punched out 3 Yankees, and now the Blue Jays will bat for the first time in his scoreless game. It's game 2 of the ALDS. Blue Jays leading the series 1-0, but they run into one of the best left-handed pitchers, really one of the best pitchers overall in baseball. Max Fried, in his 19-5 regular season record with a 2.86 ERA, enters Rogers Center. He's a guy with 6 different pitches, a lot of deception, and he's a tough guy to go up against if you're a Blue Jays lineup.
Yeah, there's a lot of angle on his fastballs, too. Throws 3 different fastballs, a cutter, a sinker, and a 4-seamer. He's just tough. He's a great pitcher, and he's got electric stuff.
He pitched in game 1 of the AL Wildcard Series against the Red Sox, 6 1/3 scoreless, 4 hits, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. He'll face George Springer to begin his day. The wind and the lefty's pitch. Outside, ball 1. A lot of playoff experience for Max Fried. 73 1/3 career playoff innings, 21 games, 13 of them starts. Here's 1-0. Springer hits it on the ground foul. 1-1.
Springer was all over that fastball there. That was actually a cutter down and in, a huge swing. Trying to go deep. He had a little bit of a rough game yesterday, 0 for 4 with a walk. He's trying to make up for that here early.
And Austin Wells, I believe, a little bit shaken up. I'm not sure if a rock or something flew off and hit him. I didn't see it. Maybe Springer's backswing clipped him, but they're going to call out the trainer here.
I'm pretty sure, and I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure the ball hit the ground and dirt came up and hit him in the eye. They're looking at his eye right now. I'm almost certain that's what it is.
It was enough of a concern that home plate umpire Adam Hammery waved into the Yankee dugout. So they're trying to get something out of Wells' eye. Obviously, you can't catch if you can't see. And so Aaron Boone and Yankees trainer Tim Lentic are out there right now in conversation with Austin Wells, and they seem content with where Wells is at, so they'll head back. And the Yankee catcher will remain in the game. We mentioned Springer against Fried. George Springer, the 2017 World Series MVP, a lot of postseason experience. Max Fried on the hill for the start when the Braves won the World Series in Game 6 of 2021. Fried with a 1-1 pitch to Springer. And it's hit on the ground left side, charging the third baseman McMahon. He'll throw on the run to get George Springer, and there's one out. Here in the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth, not only myself and Chris LaRusso, Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Stephen Coyle, Christian Chiniti, and Tom Young are our technical directors. Blue Jays looking to get the offense going early in this game. That's what they did yesterday with home runs in the first and second. Davis Schneider up, 1 out, bases empty. Fried's pitch. Low ball 1. Easy to forget because of how big of a factor Davis Schneider was in 2023, but this is his first playoff appearance. He did not enter into a playoff game in 2023 and did not get the start yesterday. 1-0 pitch. And he lines it into left field, a base hit. Didn't waste any time to Davis Schneider. He's around first and backpedaling back to the bag with his first playoff hit and his first playoff at-bat.
That was a fantastic swing from Davis Schneider. Took that first fastball below the strike zone, and then he got a cutter that really didn't do much, just hung out over the middle of the plate, and he ripped that thing into left field for a 1-out base hit here.
Schneider, the man aboard, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at the plate. 2 taps a home with his bat. He brings it above his right shoulder and looks out to the lefty Fried. Southpaw kicks and deals. Pitches low as they chant Vladdy's name. 1-0.
Max Fried's sinker averages about 94 miles an hour. That one there was 98.
He's got a little Gosman in him.
Yeah.
He'll gas up, and you want to when Guerrero's at the plate. 2 looks at Schneider by Fried. The kick and the pitch. Called strike, 98 at the knees. 1-1.
Had some good movement to it as well. A tough pitch. Even if you swing at that pitch, not much you can do with it. A good take from Vlad.
Big hole right side of the infield. Fried with a 1-1. Guerrero with a high chopper over the mound, charging Chisholm, takes it on the second hop. It's off his bare hand and down on the infield turf. Vladdy was in at first easily anyway. A Baltimore chop for an infield hit. Hits first and second with 1 out.
Obviously not how you draw it up if you're Vladimir Guerrero Jr., but he'll take it all day long. That is such a tough pitch to square up. It was a sinker at 99 miles an hour. That's really all you can do with that pitch. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hustling down to first base, giving the Blue Jays a chance to score a run here with 1 out.
Vlad in this postseason now is 4 for 5. He entered 3 for 22 career in the postseason. Already more hits in these 2 games than the previous 3 runs combined. Alejandro Kirk up 1 out, first and second. Fried looks to second, and the pitch. High ball 1. Speaking of postseason success, 2 home runs yesterday for Alejandro Kirk. Only the 4th Blue Jay ever with a multi-homer game in the postseason. 1-0 pitch. On the ground up the middle. This could be 2. Chisholm glove, steps on second 1, throws over to first for a 4-3 double play, and Fried makes a great pitch to get out of the jam. No runs, 2 hits, 1 left for the Blue Jays. No score. Blue Jays and Yankees after an inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Get winter ready with CarQuest Auto Parts. Save on premium brand name products. Castrol Magnatech Synthetic Oil 5-liter jug $29.97. Prestone Premix Coolant 3.78-liter jug $14.97. CarQuest Washer Fluid 3.78-liter jug $3.97. And Trico Ice Winter Wiper Blades all sizes $14.97. Hit the road with CarQuest for your auto parts needs. Visit a CarQuest Auto Parts store or carquest.ca for full flyer details at participating locations.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. It's Game 2 of the American League Division Series between the Blue Jays and the Yankees. No score after an inning. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Trey Savage back on the mound, and Trey sat in front of the media yesterday as he was asked a lot of questions at his press conference, and one of his quotes really stood out when he was asked about pitching in hostile environments. He had mentioned previous times that he had done that, whether that be in college or in other situations, acknowledged that the scale is a lot different, but ended by saying, quote, "I'm built for this." And he didn't say it loud. He didn't say it with a big grin on his face. He said it with a quiet confidence that he brought into that first inning when he punched out 3, Chris.
I was sitting next to Joe Siddle when he said that. We both looked at each other and we're just like, whoa. You don't hear that very often from 22-year-olds.
Is Savage looking in at Giancarlo Stanton to begin the top of the second. The pitch. Called strike. And this will test your confidence. 453 career homers for Stanton, who homered the Yankees into the World Series last year. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase way low on a slider. And outside of Judge, who we walked on 4 pitches, he's got these Yankees hitters all crossed up early on. Right-handers 0-2 in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Closed off stance, Giancarlo Stanton. His lead foot closer to the plate than his back foot. 1-2. High. Little check swing from Stanton on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
I like that pitch there. You have to change the eye level. We talked about this a lot of times already in this series, especially against those big guys. You can't just flip in breaking ball after breaking ball. You have to show the heater.
2-2. Low ball 3. Another check swing by Stanton, who spat on a slider low of the zone. Full count.
I think the issue with the last 2 sliders to Stanton, they started as balls out of the hand, so they're easier takes for him.
First batter of the second, 3-2, is hit on the ground, foul into the Blue Jay dugout, or right off the fence of it at least. It knocked a trash can and down the dugout steps. Still 3-2. That's just a ball bucket, not a full trash can. With Stanton's power, though, he probably could. 7th pitch to Stanton. Swing and a miss, he got him. Make it 4 strikeouts in 5 batters for Trey Savage. 1 out in the top of the second.
The previous pitch was a fastball in off the plate at 95 miles an hour. He didn't mean to throw that fastball there. It was a missed spot, but it still puts that spot and that pitch in the back of the mind of Giancarlo Stanton. We talked about this yesterday. It opens up the outside part of the plate. Stanton swings right over the top of that split finger.
1 out, Jazz Chisholm Jr. up the pitch. Half swing, he pops it up, back is short. Jimenez sprinting out to shallow left center. Waved off by Davis Schneider, who comes in to make the catch. And quickly, there's 2 outs in the top of the second.
I can't remember the last time I've watched a major league game and through the first 2 innings seen this many awkward swings, this many unsure swings. Those are the types of swings that we've seen over the first 3 starts of Trey Savage.
The unique arm angle, I think, has to be a big part of it. One of the highest release points in baseball. His pitch to Ryan McMahon is high. Missed with a fastball, ball 1. Scoreless game, 2 outs, top of the second with the bases empty. And the Blue Jays lead the series 1-0. 1-0 pitch. McMahon takes his strike. Left-handed hitter. Throws at his splitter, top of the zone. John Schneider did say today that Trey Savage is tougher first time seeing him because of the angle. Next pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2. His pitch mix similar to Gausman, but Gausman's a low slot guy. Savage extreme high slot, so it looks a lot different. 44,000 to their feet again. With 2 outs, the 1-2. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That was a fantastic take from McMahon. A really nice pitch, a good split finger right below the strike zone. Makes you wonder if he was fooled by that pitch.
189 regular season strikeouts for Ryan McMahon this year. The 2-2 is lined to right, hanging up for Straw, who makes the catch, and Trey Savage retires the side in order in the top of the second. No score. Blue Jays and Yankees, middle of 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's a good day to be a Toronto Blue Jay.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Left-hander Max Fried wrapping up his warm-up pitches for the Yankees as we get set for the bottom of the second inning. We appreciate you tuning in today. Game 2 of the ALDS, bottom of the second inning. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score in the game right now. Blue Jays came up with a couple of hits off Max Fried, but he only threw 10 pitches in the bottom of the first. With his sinker and the way he keeps guys off balance, he is always a threat to get a quick ground ball double play. And he's not hunting strikeouts very often, Max Fried. He gets them, but he's not looking for them, so he'll pitch pretty efficiently.
Yeah, and he was electric in that first inning. Like I mentioned in that first inning, the sinker generally averaged about 94 miles an hour. You brought up Kevin Gausman, how he can mix up the velocity just a little bit, but he threw a few sinkers in that inning at 97 miles an hour. We even saw a 99, so obviously that left arm of Max Fried is feeling very good right now.
He'll start with a left-on-left matchup. Dalton Varsho settles into the lefty box. The wind in the pitch. Called strike. It is worth noting this is the 5th time the Blue Jays will see Max Fried this year. 3rd time they'll face him at this ballpark. Left-handers 0-1. Varsho rips it on a line and down in fair territory, right field line. Varsho hits the bag at first. Stumbling, he heads to second. He'll hit the bag at second. Judge fumbling with it in right, and Varsho is into third. Celebrating back to his dugout, Dalton Varsho electrifies Rogers Center. A double and an error lands him on third base to begin the bottom of the second.
In between first and second, that's when Aaron Judge fumbled that baseball down in the right field corner. Dalton Varsho did a great job picking up third base coach Carlos Fablis, and he ends up at third base here to lead off this inning.
They haven't put an error on the board yet. Infield back, Ernie Clement up, and the first pitch hit high. Left field and deep. Bellinger racing back. That ball is gone! the bottom of the second.
If it's not Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or George Springer, why not Ernie Clement? What a swing, probably the biggest swing of his career. That's what the Blue Jays do. We saw it yesterday with Nathan Lucas, and we saw it today already early with Ernie Clement.
Jumped on a first pitch hanging curve from Max Fried, and it's 2-0 with no outs in the second. Fried's pitch to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, former Yankee, misses ball one.
Ben, he was out in front. He almost one-handed that home run.
Ernie Clement, a lefty killer, even if it's Max Fried. 1-0 pitch to IKF. Called strike. Well, this ballpark has not been kind to Max Fried. And early on in Game 2 of the ALDS, it stays that way. 1-1 pitch. Hit off the end of the bat, a chopper to first. Rice waits on it, gloves, and goes to the bag. 1 out. Max Fried this year, 2 starts against the Blue Jays in the regular season in the Bronx, 2 in Toronto. In the 2 in Toronto, he gave up 8 earned runs, 10 runs total in 11 1/3, and the Blue Jays won both games. In the 2 in the Bronx, he gave up only 3 runs in 13 innings, and the Yankees won both games. So when they've caught him here, the Blue Jays have gotten to Fried. When they've caught him in New York, it's been a much different story. Blue Jays up 2-0 here in the bottom of the second with 1 out. Pitch to Andres Jimenez, swing and a miss, strike 1.
I'm sure he'll tell you different, but you have to imagine this crowd is affecting him just a little bit. It is electric in here.
0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. And unlike the last couple weeks of the regular season, for a second game in a row, the Blue Jays are starting fast. They are on the attack right now, leading 2-0 early. They led 2-0 with no outs in the second yesterday as well. There's 1 out now in the 0-2. Jimenez swings and misses, strike 3. It's going to be a tough matchup for lefties all day. Fried punches him out, 2 down.
That sinker right there had a lot of movement. Almost looked like a changeup. That's how much movement it had. You look up at the radar gun, and oh yeah, that pitch was 96.5 miles an hour.
Blue Jays 2, Yankees 0. 2 outs, bases empty, bottom 2. And Miles Straw is up. The pitch. Hit high in the air, left center. He got under it. It's fairly shallow. Moving forward, Bellinger camped, makes a one-handed catch to end the second inning. But a Dalton Varsho double aided by a Judge error, and then an Ernie Clement 2-run homer as the Blue Jays on top. It's 2-0 for the Blue Jays over the Yankees as we get set for the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Wake me up when we make the playoffs.
Wake up, Canada. We made it.
At Endy, we know greatness starts with a great rest. That's the beauty of sleep. It fuels focus and sharpens performance. It's how Endy helps all Canadians rise to shine. Discover why Endy is Canada's best mattress. Shop Canadian made at endy.com. At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Bingo!
Celebrate a win for your community at a charitable bingo and gaming center. Each game you play has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities facing challenges such as food insecurity, educational needs, and rehabilitation. So come choose from a wide variety of entertainment options. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly.
Charitable gaming, community good.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Shane Bieber's retired the last 7 Red Seas faced.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The third inning is brought to you by Crown. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast. Top of the third begins with the Blue Jays in front. 2-0 is the score. Ernie Clement hooking a homer into the Blue Jay bullpen. A 2-run shot has put them on top, and Trey Savage looks to keep cruising. He has retired 6 of 7 so far with 4 strikeouts. He'll begin this top of the third against Yankee shortstop Anthony Volpe. Savage winds and his pitch. High ball 1. Volpe, Wells, Grisham, 8-9-1 for the Yankees. That important pocket where you try to avoid Judge at 2. 1-0. Inside 2-0.
Game plan remains the exact same for Trey Savage, for Alejandro Kirk. You just pound the strike zone, especially against the bottom part of this Yankees lineup.
2-0 pitch. Called strike, 4-seamer on the inside edge, despite Volpe jumping back out of the way. Anthony Volpe has been one of the more productive Yankees in the playoffs so far. 5 for 15 with a home run. 2-1. Hit away foul, 2-2. Also has a double in this postseason, but he has punched out 7 times. Of the 10 times he's been retired, 7 of them have been via a strikeout. Big righty is Savage into the wind. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 5th K for you, Savage, already with 1 out in the top of the third.
How about that pitch? That was a great choice from Trey Savage. You could tell that Anthony Volpe had that split finger in the back of his mind. He just blew that 4-seam fastball at 95 that was really center cut right down the middle, right by him.
So 1 out, and Austin Wells is up, the 9-hitter and catcher. The pitch. Called strike. Had Wells stepping back from the plate, and that splitter landed on the outside corner.
They're really unsure right now. And that's a good thing if you're Trey Savage.
They've never seen him until today, the 0-1. Another splitter for a strike. Again, it looked like Wells was looking to bail out of the way there, and it's 0-2. First time through the order, Savage looking for a 6th strikeout. His 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down in the top of the third.
I mean, it's really, really cool to see just how difficult of a time these Yankees hitters are having right now. I know that's just the first time through the order, so now they have a better idea of what that pitch looks like out of that right arm. But like I said last inning, I can't remember a time when I saw big league hitters look this unsure.
2 outs, Trent Grisham up the pitch. Fastball up and in at 95. Grisham turns his head out of the way. Ball 1.
And collectively, too, it's not just one guy or 2 guys. It's all 9 guys that have looked relatively uncomfortable in that batter's box.
1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. First time through the order, the Yankees went 0 for 8 with a walk and 6 strikeouts. The 2 balls put in play were a fly out to shallow left on a half swing and a line out to right. 1-1. Off the end of the bat, foul, and Savage gets ahead 1-2, a pitch away from striking out the side.
And I can guarantee that Trent Grisham is thinking, I have no clue what he's about to throw here. Split finger in the dirt, a fastball elevated.
Grisham got punched out on a splitter back in the first inning. Savage has 4 punch-outs on that pitch, 1 on the slider, 1 on the 4-seamer. His 1-2. Just down and in. Near miss with a 4-seam fastball. I don't know how you take that pitch if you're Grisham.
I think he's fooled. I think you're fooled by that pitch. That's why you take that, because you're fooled.
Missed by about a third of an inch on the inside corner. The 2-2. Bounced to home plate. Lost control of that slider. Maybe overthrew it. Threw it at 90. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And you don't want to mess around here. You want to throw that pitch. Whatever pitch you're going to throw that pitch in the strike zone. Especially with Aaron Judge standing on deck.
2-0 Blue Jays. You want to avoid Judge this inning if possible. If you're going to face him, you'd hope it's because Grisham gets a hit. 3-2. Called strike 3. Throws him with a splitter. And Trey Savage strikes out the side in the top of the third. 2-0 Blue Jays. Middle of 3 in downtown Toronto. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball. Brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
In Canada, the leading cause of death is cancer. What if you could see it coming before symptoms appear? Whole Body MRI offers advanced medical scans using our state-of-the-art AI-powered MRI machines, which can detect early-stage cancers and 500 other conditions with 0 radiation. Take control of your health. Visit wholebodymri.ca to book now. Again, that's wholebodymri.ca. Get scanned.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Hola, soy Andrés Jiménez.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
En la cadena de Radio Sportnet.
Trey Savage punching out the side in the top of the third. We go to the bottom half. The Blue Jays leading 2-0. As Max Fried wraps up his warm-up pitches, let's hand it over to our own Chris LaRue.
Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. On now for a limited time. All you can eat classic Angus burgers for just $14.99. You heard that right. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. For full details, you are welcome.
Only one other game going on in the Major League Baseball playoffs today at 8:03, apparently. That's an odd time. Detroit and Seattle will face off. I don't think I've ever seen an 0-3 start before, but they will face off. Then Detroit leads that series 1-0. Zach McKinstry with a hit in the 11th inning yesterday helped win it for Detroit, who continues to defy expectations after going into the playoffs quite cold. They knocked off Cleveland, and now they're ahead of the series on Seattle. Blue Jays up 1-0 in this series, and it's a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the third. Pitch to George Springer from Max Fried. Hit off the handle, a soft liner caught ankle high at second by Jazz Chisholm Jr., and there's one out. So we continue on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll just rip through some of the NFL scores quickly. Shocking comeback win for the Broncos, who take down the Eagles 21-17. Texans rail the Ravens 44-10. Saints up or win 26-14 on the Giants. Cowboys throttle the Jets 37-22. Davis Schneider up, takes it down and in. 1 ball, no strikes.
Ben, how are those Packers doing?
They're on bye week, and that is a help to myself and Dalton Varsho to lock in here. 2-0 Blue Jays. 1 out, bases empty, bottom of the third. Pitch to Schneider. Swing and a miss. He was looking for it all there on a good changeup by Fried. 1-1.
And that's been a big part of his repertoire. Only throws it 11% of the time, but as soon as you throw one good one, puts it in the back of the hitter's mind, and I mean, it's just such a weapon that he has.
Davis Schneider with a base hit off Fried in the first. 1 for 1 on the day as he bats here in the third. Fried's pitch. Called strike. Really well located sinker right at the bottom of the zone. And we mentioned him doing the Gausman thing. He's thrown 98, 99 with the sinker today. That one was 92. Leaning forward, Fried now kicks, and his 1-2 pitch. Just outside with a breaking ball. That's a confident take there from Schneider. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, that was about a half a ball off the plate outside. Really confident take.
First playoff appearance for Davis Schneider. The 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Like many of the Blue Jays, Davis Schneider does not seem to be letting the playoff atmosphere get to him too much. He was still messing around as he typically does in batting practice today, trying out different stances. 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. He stays patient despite falling behind. Takes a 98-mile-an-hour sinker for ball 4, and he'll head down to first with 1 out.
Those last 2 pitches really weren't close. It was a changeup off the plate by quite a bit. And then that sinker, like you mentioned, at 98 miles an hour was off the plate by quite a bit. And now Vladimir Guerrero Jr. finds himself in a pretty good spot here with 1 out in this inning.
Fried has had difficulty punching out Blue Jays this year. More on that in a sec. The pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. A liner over the head of Chisholm down in right center. Schneider around second. He got a good jump. He'll race into third. Vladdy's 2 for 2. 5 for 6 overall in the postseason so far. And it's runners on the corners with 1 out.
Another good swing from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. going the other way, but an even better read from Davis Schneider. Off the bat, he was running hard to second base. That play is in front of him, so it's up to him to make that decision to round second base and go to third. He gets to third base pretty easily.
Infield will play back for the Yankees with the Blue Jays up 2-0. 1 out and runners on the corners, bottom 3. They're hoping for a double play ball out of Kirk. That got Fried out of a jam in the first. Fried staring at Guerrero. And the pitch. Called strike. Not expecting Vlad to move anyway, but Max Fried has one of the more nasty pickoff moves in baseball. He led all American League pitchers with 7 pickoffs this year, only behind Chicago Cub Matthew Boyd. Lefties 0-1. Down and away, 99, but he missed arm side. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I've never understood how guys like Kevin Gausman and Max Fried can vary the velocity so much. 91 to 99 with that fastball so far today.
You'd think you'd hurt yourself doing something like that. 1-1 to Kirk. Outside, ball 2, 98. It does seem, though, like he loses the ability to fully finish that pitch when he gasses up for more. It's continual arm side misses in the high 90s.
And they're throwing him outside as well. And the reason why I mentioned that is there's a big hole on the right side, and Alejandro Kirk has the ability to go the other way.
2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Really good changeup there. Had Kirk stumbling as he swung over at 2-2. Alejandro Kirk typically loves going the other way until this last week where he's gone homer nuts to the pull side. John Schneider told me today he didn't really change anything in his swing or unlock anything. It's just, they pitched him a lot inside, and so he reacted to that. He's hit 2 homers in his last 3 games into the second deck in left field. 5 homers in his previous 3 games overall. First and third, 1 out. And the 2-2 to Kirk. Pounded into the ground right side. Coming home, Schneider, right field, flips to Fried, who covers first for the out, but a run comes in to score. Vladdy up to second, Schneider in to score. RBI, ground out Alejandro Kirk. It's 3-0 Blue Jays in the bottom of the third.
And that's more like it for Alejandro Kirk. With 2 strikes, he really shortens up and just tries to put the bat on the baseball. You could see him trying to go the other way there. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. gets to second base pretty easily, but that pitch was 99 miles an hour down and away. If you're pulling off, if you're trying to hit a homer on that pitch, you're going to either swing and miss or you're going to roll over. And Alejandro Kirk did his job. Didn't hit it hard, but he did his job there.
Guy who drove in 76 in the regular season drives in another here in the playoffs. 3-0 Blue Jays. Varsho hitting. 2 outs in Guerrero on second. Fried to Varsho. Hit sharply down the right field line. Fair ball rolling into the corner. Guerrero scores with ease. Varsho into second. His second double in as many at-bats. 4-0 Blue Jays in the third. Left on left. Who cares for Dalton Varsho? who has slammed 2 balls to right field off Max Fried.
Before this ball game, if I told you that Dalton Varsho would have a double and a triple before the 3rd inning is over, would you have believed me?
I would ask what happened to Max Fried. Why was he not in the game?
What a swing from Dalton Varsho. An RBI, a massive run here early, and he's standing at second base with Ernie Clement slowly walking up to that plate. What a moment for Dalton Varsho.
Matt Blake, the pitching coach, walking up off the mound and into the dugout as the crowd chants, whoop, there it is at the Yankees. Blue Jays up 4-0, 2 outs, bottom of the 3rd. Ernie Clement back up. He hit the 2-run homer last inning. Fried with a pitch. And it's hit away foul, 0-1. You have to imagine how special it was for Ernie Clement, a childhood Yankee fan growing up in Rochester, New York. Now, of course, on the Blue Jays side of things, to hit a home run against the Yankees in the postseason. Clement's first career postseason homer. 0-1. High. Ernie told me yesterday when he was in the backyard as a kid, the bases would be loaded. It might be Jeter on one bag and Bernie Williams on another. And that's when Ernie's hitting the homer. Instead, now he's doing it with the pinstripes on the other side. Not today, though, with the Yankees and Road Grays. 1-1 pitch. Clement fights it away. 95 on the cutter, up and in, 1-2.
Do you think he ever said to himself, Dalton Varsho standing at third base in the 3rd inning of Game 2? Nah.
More likely Gary Varsho than Dalton at that point. Clement's hit some big homers at Yankee Stadium in his career. Now a big one against the Yankees at home. Part of the Blue Jays' 4-0 3rd inning lead. 1-2 pitch. Line drive, left field, base hit. Varsho gets the wave. Bellinger up with it. Here comes the throw. It's offline. Clement into second. 5-0 Blue Jays.
This is getting ridiculous. Ernie Clement seeing the baseball really, really well out of that left arm of Max Fried. It was a good changeup down in the zone. He was out in front. He was able to keep the barrel back and just flick those wrists and get the ball into left field. And Dalton Varsho did the rest, scoring easily from second base.
1.5 ERA for Fried over his last 7 starts, and yet they have 5 runs on him, still in the 3rd. His first pitch curve misses up and into Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, ball 1. Clement on second, 2 outs. Fried to IKF. Hit in the air, center field. Grisham switched his feet, moves toward right center, and makes the grab to end the inning. The Blue Jays add on 3 runs to their lead on 3 hits. RBI double, Dalton Varsho. Ernie Clement with an RBI single. Kirk knocked one in with a ground out as well. It's 5-0 Blue Jays going to the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models and get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one? Bingo!
Great games, good friends, and giving back. That's what charitable gaming's all about. At a charitable bingo and gaming center, your gameplay has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities supporting causes such as counseling services, youth sports programs, and healthcare. So come and enjoy a wide variety of games. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly.
Charitable gaming. Community good.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines.
Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's 11-9 in the bottom of the 8th.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth here in downtown Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRouche, Show Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Stephen Coyle, Christian Chiniti, and Tom Young, our technical directors. Third of the way through, couldn't really have expected something like this. The Blue Jays, as we begin the fourth, lead the Yankees 5-0 in Game 2 of the ALDS. Not getting ahead of ourselves with the Blue Jays up 5-0 already with a 1-0 series lead.
And this changes the game plan slightly, not by much, just slightly, especially to a guy like Aaron Judge. You can attack him now, you can come right at him, and you can actually try to get him out. You're not just nibbling around the corners like he did in his first at-bat. I'm actually excited to see this matchup right here.
Savage walked Judge on 4 pitches in the first. Here in the fourth, he kicks and deals, and it's a first pitch strike. We didn't know then if it was game plan or lack of confidence. We now know Trey is plenty confident in this game, but they pitched around Judge in the first. 0-1, low. Still the only base runner for the Yankees right now. That 4-pitch walk that felt as close to an intentional walk without it being the 4 fingers, as you'll see. 1-1. Check swing, pitched just outside. He missed with a fastball. Kirk tried to sell it, but couldn't to Adam Hammery. It's 2-1. Judge, Bellinger, Rice in this top of the fourth. The 2-1. Foul tip. Got the slider by Judge's third pitch. Bit of a spinner, but it works. It's 2-2.
Judge actually looked back and asked Adam Hammery, the home plate umpire, was that a ball? And Adam Hammery obviously said yes, that was a ball, but he did swing at it, so that's strike 2.
Wasn't particularly close, to be honest. Savage winds, and the pitch. Low and away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Aaron Judge, 6 for 15 in these playoffs, although only 1 extra base hit in the 4 games, a double that he hit yesterday. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Trey Savage punches out Aaron Judge. His 8th strikeout in 3 1/3. 1 down. His family being mobbed amid the Rogers Center crowd right now.
A perfectly executed fastball at the top of the strike zone. I can't stress it enough. You have to change the eye level with something hard. Trey Savage did it perfectly there for strike 3.
1 out. Cody Bellinger up the pitch. Outside. Trey Savage already set a Blue Jays postseason record by punching out 7 through the first 3 innings. Most in the first 3 innings in Blue Jay postseason history. There he gets Judge for his 8th. 1-0 to Bellinger. Low ball 1. Ball 2, pardon me. This is far from normal. The 4th career start for a 22-year-old in the biggest game to date this year. Game 2 of the ALDS. 2-0. Called strike. And yet Trey Savage looks like he could be pitching right now in college. He could be in high school. He doesn't look any different than he did in the previous 3 starts. If anything, he's even better. Right-handers 2-1. In off the plate, ball 3.
Well, I think the question we all had before this start was how would he react to the pressure? Obviously, he's answering that question, and he looks fantastic out there.
Right-handers 3-1. Lifted high, foul, first base side. That's going to go way over the first base dugout and into about the 10th row of seats. It's a full count. Savage against Bellinger.
We never question the stuff. We know the stuff is electric. It's just the fact that this is such a new thing for him. This is really, I mean, this probably goes without saying. This is the biggest game of his career, so it's a valid question.
1 out. Fans rise to their feet. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. 9 Ks. Kirk following Bellinger to apply the tag. He chased a splitter in the dirt. The Yankees all out of sorts. 2 down. Still a 5-0 Blue Jay lead in the fourth.
He is just pounding that strike zone. Up 5-0. That's what you have to do. You shouldn't change the game plan totally, but now you have a little bit longer of a leash, a bigger lead. You can give up that solo home run, especially to a powerful lineup like this, but just pound that strike zone.
First pitch low to Ben Rice, ball 1. 5-0 Blue Jays with 2 outs and the bases empty. Top of the fourth. Trey Savage, 58 pitches into this start. Kicks and deals. And it's called strike. Nine Ks already for Savage. He's faced 12 batters. 1-1. Called strike 1-2. Trey Savage has struck out 5 in a row. He's looking to strike out this side in back-to-back innings. 22-year-old set at his chin. The 1-2. Inside to Rice. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He backed the lefty hitter off the plate.
And now Ben Rice is thinking, well, he's come up and in with a fastball. He's going to go down and away with a split finger. I would double up with a fastball here.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 10 strikeouts in 4 innings. He's already set the single-game Blue Jays postseason record, and he adds to it, getting to double figures with a splitter on the outer half. 5-0 Blue Jays, middle of the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Bingo!
Celebrate a win for your community at a charitable bingo and gaming center. Each game you play has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities facing challenges such as food insecurity, educational needs, and rehabilitation. So come choose from a wide variety of entertainment options. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly.
Charitable Gaming. Community good.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
10 strikeouts so far for Max Scherzer
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the bottom of the fourth inning in downtown Toronto, and the Blue Jays lead it 5-0 over the New York Yankees. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, not only have the Blue Jays rocked Max Fried early, Trey Savage has thrown 4 hitless innings, punching out 10 to set a Blue Jays single-game franchise postseason strikeout record. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Max Fried remains on the hill. He'll face Andres Jimenez as the Blue Jays try to add to their lead right now, up 5-0. Left-hander Fried with the pitch. Jimenez takes strike 1. Truly have never really seen something in person like what Trey Savage is doing right now. As Fried bounces in the 1-0, it makes you think of Kerry Wood or some of the great strikeout games of all time. A long time to go, but 10 in 4 innings is unbelievable. Left-hander Fried with a 1-1. Jimenez takes it down and away, ball 2.
It's one thing to see the 10 strikeouts in 4 innings, but it's another to be here in person and see how uncomfortable the New York Yankees hitters look in the box. They're not just swings and misses. They are uncomfortable swings and misses.
2-1 pitch. Line drive, threatening down the left field line. It slices foul. It's 2-2.
And I think that's what makes it even more impressive.
I think if he had come out and not had his best stuff today, not many people would have been shocked. It's a very difficult position to be in. 22-year-old, 4th ever start in the playoffs against the Yankees. 2-2. Bouncer left side, long run McMahon, falling away toward the line. Long throw is a step late. He's safe at first. Andres Jimenez with an infield hit.
Well, Ryan McMahon actually made a great attempt. He was shaded towards second base a little bit, maybe in the hole on that left side of the infield. So it was a really difficult play for him, sprinting into foul territory on that third base side. And once Andres Jimenez gets going down that first baseline, really, he had no play.
Andres Jimenez looks for signs from Carlos Fabulous. Blue Jays up 5-0, but I wouldn't be shocked if they try and do a little bit of small ball here, manufacture something with Jimenez on first and Miles Straw at the plate. Fried, a tough lefty, though. Kicks and deals home. Straw squares to bunt, pulls it back, and takes low ball 1.
It's not easy to turn and sacrifice yourself with 98 coming right at you, especially with sink.
And if you're Jimenez, you want a good jump. Fried, though, so dangerous with a pickoff. Half the time he kicks to go home, guys are still racing back to first. Left-hander kicks and the pitch. Straw squares, takes outside. It's 2-0, though. And you wonder if that impacts what the Blue Jays want to do. Often this year, it has not. And they've still followed through with a bunt, even if they get in this count. Fourth season in the postseason for Miles Straw. And his 17th game. 2-0 pitch, he squares, bunts it. A high bouncer toward first, it goes foul. It's 2-1.
And you can see just how uncomfortable Miles Straw is turning and sacrificing himself. Not an easy situation to be in, although on this roster, in this lineup, he's probably the guy that I trust the most doing it.
Blue Jays asked Straw to sacrifice many times this year. Part of the good work he's done to endear himself to the team and the fans after the move for Straw was maligned by some outsiders in the offseason. Straw sacrificed himself 11 times this year.
And he's done it against some tough pitchers. You just have to keep that nose in there. I know it's easier said than done, but keep that nose in there and get the bunt down.
Two-one pitch, and he pulls the bunt back. It was down and away. It's ball 3. Trying to bunt, he might get walked.
I think you're still squaring 3-1.
I mean, if you're Max Fried, George Springer's on deck, you got to throw one right over the heart of the plate, right down the middle. 3-1, he squares, and he takes, and it's a called strike on the corner. Straw pulled the bat back. It was borderline. You get it as he was so close to a walk, but that one landed. It's 3-2.
And that would have been an easier pitch to bunt, too. You're trying to bunt that ball to the right side of the infield. That was a sinking fastball on the outside part. Just get that barrel to it. That would have been an easy one, although he thought it was ball 4.
3-2 pitch, no square, and it's outside ball 4, so no need to sacrifice when Fried loses command. Walks Miles Straw, his second walk of the start. It's first and second, nobody out.
And here comes Aaron Boone. That's going to be the day for Max Fried. My goodness.
That is unbelievable. One of the premier pitchers in the game taken out. No outs in the bottom of the 4th, and the Blue Jays have put 5 on him with 2 more on base. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 5-0 Blue Jays. We go over to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, and we will take a look at some finals from yesterday's action that saw all 8 teams in postseason action. First, we got a 9-3 win for the Brewers over the Cubs. It was pretty much all Milwaukee early. 6 runs scored in the first inning, 3 in the second. Freddie Peralta got the win. He struck out 9, which ties a Brewers postseason record. Game 2 will go tomorrow night. The NLDS on both ends of the bracket are off until Monday, actually. Shota Imanaga will go for the Cubs. Brewers actually going with an opener in Game 2. It'll be Aaron Ashby, though it does seem likely the bulk guy will be one of Quinn Priester or Jose Quintana. The other one of those two will pitch in Chicago for Game 3. Since we're talking about the NLDS, we can get to the other half of the bracket. A thriller on that other side. The Dodgers with a late comeback. Teoscar Hernandez with a 3-run bomb off of Matt Strahm in the top of the 7th inning. That would prove to be the game winner. A 5-3 win for Los Angeles. Shohei Ohtani grabbing the win despite giving up 3 earned runs over 6 innings. Tyler Glasnow pitched an inning and 2/3 in relief, while Roki Sasaki earned the save. Game 2 of this series in Philly will also go on Monday. And on the other side of the ALDS, it took extra innings for the Tigers to beat the Mariners. It was a Zach McKinstry RBI single off of Carlos Vargas in the top of the 11th inning. Earlier in the game, a Kerry Carpenter 2-run bomb off George Kirby as the Tigers take Game 1 in Seattle. They will play Game 2 out west tonight at T-Mobile Park. 8:03 p.m. Eastern, 5:03 p.m. Pacific is the time of first pitch. An electric matchup on the mound. It'll be Luis Castillo and Tarek Skubal. Of course, all of these games are on Sportsnet TV. Tigers-Mariners will follow our game on the flagship station, Sportsnet 590 The Fan in Toronto, once Jays Talk with Blair and Barker is in the books. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get back to the action in our game here at the Rogers Center with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. George Springer coming up for the Blue Jays. First and second, nobody out. 5-0 Toronto. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Will Warren is the new pitcher for the New York Yankees. They decided not to start Warren in Game 1 yesterday, going to Luis Gil instead. So Warren, a long man in their pen after making 33 starts for the Yankees this year. Jimenez on second, Straw on first, no outs. Warren to Springer. Called strike. 9-8 record, 4.44 ERA for Will Warren in 162 and a third innings pitched. This is his postseason debut. Righty with an 0-1. Springer checks his swing on a pitch inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
If you're Will Warren, you have to keep this a 5-0 ball game. That run at second base is extremely important.
26-year-old right-hander. Warren kicks and deals, and he misses outside. Part of the reason that perhaps they went to Gil over Warren, the Blue Jays crushed Warren at this ballpark. Got him for 8 runs in 4 innings on July 2nd. The 2-1. Outside ball 3. And if he's going to keep it 5-0, Will Warren, he's got to get in the zone here against Springer, or he'll load the bases with nobody out.
Yeah, and I bet George Springer is sitting dead red here, ready for that heater over the heart of the plate. Probably going to see a big swing if that pitch is in the strike zone.
3-1. Outside ball 4, a 5-pitch walk to Springer. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Davis Schneider walking up to home plate.
This is an absolute nightmare if you're Aaron Boone, if you're in that Yankees dugout. What a start to this game for the Toronto Blue Jays. The bases are loaded here with nobody out. They're up 5-0 in the bottom of the 4th.
And Schneider's been on twice already in his postseason debut, a hit and a walk. The pitch, down and away, ball 1. He's a patient hitter, Davis, so if Will Warren doesn't get back in the zone, then the result is probably going to be a bases-loaded walk. Right-hander is set. Some trickery at third, the 1-0. Called strike. The trickery I'm talking about, Ryan McMahon, a veteran at third, sprinted into the bag at third base just to get in the head of Andres Jimenez, and he did it well. Andres turned and dove to the bag. Warren wasn't even looking over there to try and pick off. 1-1. Schneider takes it, called strike. Miss of the spot, but it did hit the upper inner corner of the zone. It's 1-2.
That's a great fastball. A really hard sinking fastball. A lot of horizontal movement, 97 miles an hour. It's a tough pitch to barrel up.
Only averaged 93 in the rotation. He can gas it up a bit more in shorter stints out of the pen. Bases loaded, no outs. And the 1-2 to Davis Schneider. Called strike 3, 97 on the edge. Gets Davis 1 out in the bottom of the 4th.
Davis Schneider didn't like that call, shaking his head as he walks back to that dugout, but that's a great pitch right on the corner from Will Warren.
That was Warren's 4-seam fastball. He's got a 4-seamer, sinker, sweeper, change-in, curve. He'll face Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with the bases loaded and 1 out. Vladdy is 2 for 2 with a run scored in this game. Fans to their feet, the pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Vlad saw it as a ball early and took it all the way. A homer, 2 RBIs, 5 for 6 is Guerrero so far in this series. The 1-0. Low ball 2. With Andres Jimenez on third, Miles Straw on second, and George Springer on first. Guerrero can sit on a pitch here. 2-0 count, 1 out. The offering. Called strike, 96 over the middle. 2-1. Vladdy nodding. That must have not been the pitch that he was looking for, because that was right over the heart of the plate. Last time they saw Warren, he wasn't throwing nearly this hard. Righties 2-1. Swing and a deep drive. Left field. That ball is soaring out of here. A grand slam. Pitch yourself all you want. You will not wake up from this dream right now. The Blue Jays lead 9-0 on a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. grand slam.
He got himself in a good count. He expected a heater from Will Warren, and he didn't miss it. My goodness, that might have been the prettiest swing of his career.
My goodness, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Alejandro Kirkup takes outside, ball 1. Vladdy's now 6 for 7 with 2 homers, 6 RBIs, and a curtain call in the jacket as he fires up the fans. It's 9-0. We're in the 4th. One-0 pitch. Outside, ball 2. The kick in the 2-0 to Kirk hit foul as he was trying to make it 10-0 right there. It's 2-1.
111 miles an hour off the bat. Hit that thing 415 feet into the second deck in left field. It was a pretty swing, and it was a pretty result.
2-1. Up and in, ball 3. I would imagine it's going to be a while until one of our great producers at Jays Talk fields a "Is Vladdy clutch" call. 9-0 Blue Jays on his grand slam. The 3-1 is called a strike. Kirk took his steps, so the fans don't like it, but it had all sorts of the zone.
The ironic thing about that home run is on the previous pitch, it was a fastball right down the middle. And I said to myself, why didn't you swing at that pitch? Obviously, Vlad had a plan.
That plan worked. 3-2. Kirk hits it through the right side, a base hit into right field. There's still only one out in this inning. The Blue Jays lead 9-0.
We've seen that type of hit from Alejandro Kirk pretty often this season. Didn't hit it all that hard, but you can see him trying to shoot that big hole on the right side. Second baseman Jazz Chisholm was playing almost up the middle, almost inviting him to go the other way, and Kirk is just so good at doing that. And we've actually asked each other over the course of this season, why do teams pitch him away and then have that big hole on the right side of the infield?
First pitch up and into Dalton Varsho, ball one. For Kirk, that hit makes him 1 for 3 now. Hits galore for this Blue Jays lineup. 7 of the 9 starters have a hit. 8 of the 9 have been on base. 20 pitches into this outing for Will Warren. His 1-0 is fouled back. The line on Max Fried is closed, by the way, after that Vlad grand slam. Fried's day ends 3+ innings, 8 hits, 7 earned runs, 2 walks and a strikeout. 1-1 to Varsho. On the ground foul, 1-2. Again, Max Fried, who was the subject of so much discussion after the Yankees pulled him out 6 1/3 scoreless in his last start, gets tagged for 7 in 3 innings. 1-2 to Varsho. Outside.
And the interesting thing about his start today is the stuff was really, really good. And the Blue Jays were able to just barrel up that really electric stuff and score some runs.
2-2. Varsho drives in. Right field. Judge curling back. It's out of here again. Two-run homer, 11-0 lead, thanks to a Dalton Varsho blast. We're still in the 4th.
That was just a hanging changeup from Will Warren, and Dalton Varsho was all over it. That's what the Blue Jays have been doing all season long. They get into good hitters' counts, they get mistakes, and they make the opposing team play. What a swing from Dalton Varsho.
Now Ernie Clement up with 1 out, and the pitch is hit in the air left field. Moving forward, Bellinger, and finally, the second out of the inning. Blue Jays 11, Yankees nothing. We're not even halfway through this game. Ninth hitter to come up this inning is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. 2 out, spaces empty. He'll take high, ball 1. One-0 pitch. Called strike. Borderline on the outside edge. It's 1-1.
Let's not forget, there's another storyline to this game as well. Trey Savage has 10 strikeouts in just 4 innings.
It's tied a postseason record with 10 strikeouts through 4 innings. 1-1 pitch is chopped over the hill. Charging Chisholm. He'll glove at second and throw to first. And finally, this inning comes to a close. But the Blue Jays score 6. Grand slam, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 2-run homer, Dalton Varsho. It's 11-0 Blue Jays going to the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
Get winter ready with CarQuest Auto Parts. Save on premium brand name products. Castrol Magnatech Synthetic Oil 5-liter jug $29.97. Prestone Premix Coolant 3.78-liter jug $14.97. CarQuest Washer Fluid 3.78-liter jug $3.97. And Trico Ice Winter Wiper Blades all sizes $14.97. Hit the road with CarQuest for your auto parts needs. Visit a CarQuest Auto Parts store or carquest.ca for full flyer details at participating locations.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Hi, this is Jeff Hoffman.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the 5th inning, brought to you by Capital One. More than 4 million Canadians have a credit card because Capital One said yes. Get yours at CapitalOne.ca/yes. If you're just tuning in, you've missed a lot. It's 11-0. The Blue Jays over the Yankees, top of the 5th. And oh yeah, Trey Savage is pitching. He hasn't allowed a hit, and he's punched out 10 in 4 innings.
I mean, he's been absolutely phenomenal, especially with how big this game was and how powerful this lineup has been really over the course of the season. He looks confident out there, and he's commanding all of his pitches. It's been really, really fun to watch, and we're only in the 5th inning.
He'll face Giancarlo Stanton for the second time in the game. The righty's pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Just to reset, it's game 2 of the American League Division Series. The Blue Jays have a 1-0 series lead and an 11-0 lead in this game. 1-0. Outside 2-0. And obviously scoring 11 runs is always good. But we talked before this game. Both of us thought probably 5 innings for Trey Savage. Here's his 2-0 pitch. Hit on the ground sharply to third. Vacuumed up Clement, turns his body, throws out Stanton wide, but Vladdy off the bag to apply the tag. 1 out. Now if you're the Blue Jays, Savage is on 65 pitches. He threw over 90 in his last start. Let him go a little bit. Why use the bullpen unnecessarily when you're up 11 runs?
Yeah, he threw 94 pitches in his last start against the Tampa Bay Rays. So I would imagine, especially now, with an 11-0 lead, that's probably what John Schneider is thinking. That's probably the pitch limit now.
1 out, pitch to Jazz Chisholm Jr., called a strike 0-1. Main length option in the Blue Jay pen would probably be Eric Lauer, but you can get multiple innings out of a lot of guys. 0-1. On the ground, backhanded at first. No, it's off the foot of Guerrero, rather, and into right field, a base hit. Looked like Vladdy had come up with it, but it hit him on the foot. And it'll go into right. The fans are rooting for an error to go up on the board rather than a hit. We await the official scoring decision. No hits yet for the Yankees.
Did I just hear E3?
Potentially. A little hard to hear when the scorers talk over the speaker for us, just because we have the headset on, and there is the error up on the board. The fans cheer because still no hits for the Yankees. Chisholm on first, 1 out, pitch to Ryan McMahon, fouled back, 0-1. Jazz Chisholm Jr. is the first base runner for New York since Aaron Judge was on with a walk in the first inning.
I think that's a good error call. I just saw the replay on one of the screens in our booth, and Vlad just whiffed on it. Should have made that play.
You know what? I think they'll forgive him. About 5 minutes removed from his grand slam. Blue Jays up 11-0. 0-1. Called strike. Splitter dropped in at the knees, 0-2. Hunting an 11th strikeout in this game. McMahon is one of only 2 Yankees Savage hasn't punched out in this lineup yet. I'll look at first where Chisholm leads off. 1 out, top of the 5th. And the 0-2. Down and away. Lots of history for Trey Savage. We mentioned the single game Blue Jays franchise strikeout record in a postseason. But not just for the Blue Jays. He's in general breaking barriers as the 1-2 is hit back foul, still 1-2. If you're talking about 22-year-olds or younger to pitch in the postseason, only 5 guys, Savage included, have punched out 10 in the game. The others are Livan Hernandez, John Candelaria, Smokey Joe Wood, and Dave Righetti. He's the first one to do it this century. 1-2. Popped him up. Third base side foul. Ernie Clement over the line near the third base coach's box makes the catch, shuffling back toward fair territory. And there are 2 outs. Still Chisholm on first base. So Trey Savage again, first 22-year-old or younger to punch out 10 in a postseason game since Livan Hernandez in 1997 for the eventual World Series champion Florida Marlins.
But let's also keep in mind, and I know it's minor leagues versus major leagues, but Trey Savage struck out 160 guys this season in just 98 innings.
First pitch to Anthony Volpe, swing and a miss, strike 1. The leader was Savage in K per 9 across all levels at the minor leagues. He wasn't qualified at any level because he's been in 5 different ones this year. But if you combine them all, he was the K per 9 leader. 0-1. Volpe takes it, a fastball on the edge, strike 2. Well, we were getting dangerously close to a Savage inning without a strikeout, but now the fans on their feet. 11-0 Blue Jays, 2 outs and a runner on first. It's an 0-2 count. Savage with the pitch. Inside, ball 1, hung a slider there and missed.
Pretty good frame job, too, from Alejandro Kirk. Really working hard back there to try to steal that strike.
Savage brings his hands together, stomach high. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 11 in 5 hitless innings for Trey Savage. His strikeouts match the Blue Jays runs today. 11-0 they lead, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Get winter ready with CarQuest Auto Parts. Save on premium brand name products. Castrol Magnatech Synthetic Oil 5-liter jug, $29.97. Prestone Premix Coolant 3.78-liter jug, $14.97. CarQuest Washer Fluid 3.78-liter jug, $3.97. And Trico Ice Winter Wiper Blades, all sizes, $14.97. Hit the road with CarQuest for your auto parts needs. Visit a CarQuest Auto Parts store or carquest.ca for full flyer details at participating locations.
Did you know 2 in 5 Canadians will face cancer in their lifetime? Early detection can make all the difference. Whole Body MRI offers advanced medical scans using state-of-the-art AI-powered MRI technology, capable of detecting early-stage cancers and over 500 other conditions. Take control of your health. Visit wholebodymri.ca to book now. Again, that's wholebodymri.ca. Get scanned.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
A go-ahead RBI double in the 6th. It's 5-4 Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Thank you so much for tuning in to Game 2 of the American League Division Series between the Blue Jays and the New York Yankees. 1-0 series lead, 11-0 lead in this game for the Toronto Blue Jays, who were all over Max Fried and now hit for a second inning in a row against Will Warren, up 11-0. Andres Jimenez will lead off the frame for the Blue Jays. The zero-wearing shortstop had the infield hit, hustling a ground ball out to begin the big 6-run frame in the 4th. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Host Show Ali with us. Nick Blackmore, our producer, Stephen Coyle, Christian Chiniti, Tom Young, our technical directors. Right-hander Warren to the lefty hitter Jimenez in the first pitch, bounced up the middle. Backhand to Jazz Chisholm, jump throw to first in time. Good stretch by Ben Rice, and there's one out. New York Yankees certainly hoping that Will Warren can eat a lot of innings here, considering Heel and Fried have combined for 5 2/3 in 2 games. Not each pitched 5 2/3 as a starter, but combined to pitch fewer than 6 total innings. 1 out, pitch to Miles Straw, high ball 1, and perhaps something to listen for going forward. Second at bat in a row that the crowd has continued on Mr. Brightside by the Killers after Miles Straw comes up to the plate.
Why not is my question.
Everyone knows the words to that song. 11-0 Blue Jays, and the 1-0 is grounded foul. Carlos Fabulous watches it go by his feet, third base side. It's 1-1.
It does look like Justin Brule is getting loose down there in that Blue Jays bullpen, so that tells me that probably not much time left in this ball game for Trey Savage.
1-1 inside, 2-1. I will say Brule is working pretty leisurely over there, but Savage, maybe they want to cap it off at a certain point on a high note. It couldn't have gone much better than the first 5 innings have. 2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2. And one thing the Blue Jays said about using Savage today, not only that they keep him at home, but they potentially keep him available in some sort of interesting role for a Game 5 if needed. And I know it looks great right now, but it could always end up in a Game 5 for the Blue Jays. 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3.
Yeah, and we mentioned the pitch count in his last start against the Rays at 94. He's thrown 76 pitches in this game, and the majority of those pitches have been relatively stress-free, so that's a good thing. Maybe you can throw him a little bit longer in this game because of that, but you want to end on a good note. If you want to give him just 5 innings and end the ball game now for him today, I don't think that's a bad idea.
George Springer up in the first pitch, crushed out to left center field and deep, and Springer has left the yard. Home run. It's 12-0 Blue Jays in the 5th. His 20th career postseason homer, tied for 5th most in Major League history, and plenty of them have come against the New York Yankees. He does that again.
George Springer hit that ball right on the screws. They were trying to come in with that heater. Actually, they did come in with that heater. George Springer was able to rip the hands through and get the barrel to it. What a swing from him.
Now a first pitch swing and a miss by Davis Schneider, 0-1. 12-0 Blue Jays, 2 out, bases empty, bottom of the 5th. 0-1. Bounce to the backstop. For Springer, his first hit of the postseason. You brought in George Springer years ago because of what he can do in these moments. 1-1. Schneider grounds it foul, 1-2.
That pitch from Will Warren to George Springer was 95 miles an hour. It had a ton of sink, a ton of horizontal movement, and it was on the black on the inside part of the plate. Springer was able to get the hands through and barrel that thing up. I mean, that's just so impressive.
1-2. Schneider pops it up foul. Rice racing across the foul line toward the Yankee dugout, first base side, and that one goes off the netting that drapes over the Yankee dugout. It's still a ball and 2 strikes. Justin Brule continuing to throw in left, although we saw a look of Trey Savage in the dugout. He didn't look like a guy out of the game yet, still drinking, still pacing around right now. Haven't seen a handshake from the Sportsnet TV broadcast. I almost wonder if they want to give him one more and the send-off to walk off the field in front of this Rogers Center crowd.
That's a great call there.
But we'll have to wait and see Bottom of the fifth, 2 down, 12-0 in the 1-2 is outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Honestly, even if he just faces one batter, and like you mentioned, you want to give him that send-off, he deserves a send-off like that after a performance like he has had today. It's been just so fun to watch.
5 hitless innings for Savage. 2-2 to Schneider. Just high, ball 3. Could have gone either way. Will Warren not too happy with that call. Tilts his head as he walks back up the mound. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs, and Guerrero on deck. Three-two. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Schneider goes down to end the bottom of the 5th, with the Blue Jays with a home run from George Springer make it 12-0. Trey Savage sliding the cap back on. He's getting ready for the top of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Wake me up when we make the playoffs.
Wake up, Canada. We made it.
At Endy, we know greatness starts with a great rest. That's the beauty of sleep. It fuels focus and sharpens performance. It's how Endy helps all Canadians rise to shine. Discover why Endy is Canada's best mattress. Shop Canadian made at endy.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
A lot of my life is revolving around improving my mental health. I'm always asking myself what my purpose is. So I find that when I donate plasma, it is something that you know is good. Someone else is getting what they need, and I feel like I'm getting what I need.
Canadian Blood Services. Experience what you get when you give. Book an appointment at blood.ca.
Bright sunshine day.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays are the AL East champs.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Game 2 of the ALDS marches on to the top of the 6th inning. Trey Savage pitching the Blue Jays to a 12-0 advantage. Savage has not allowed a hit, walking 1 and punching out 11 in 76 pitches. It does appear like his time is running out. Justin Brule warming up in the Blue Jay bullpen as the Blue Jays chase sustainability in these playoffs more than accolades and individual history. However, Savage has the opportunity here to do something he's never done at the big league level. That's getting out in the 6th inning. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Savage has the 9-hitter in Austin Wells due up first with Justin Brule continuing to throw in left. Right-hander winds and deals. Swing and a miss by Wells. Way out in front on his splitter, just like everyone has been all day long.
I mean, we're in the 6th inning right now, and the Yankees are still looking uncomfortable in that batter's box.
0-1 pitch. Off the end of the bat, a pop-up over short. Jimenez waves off Clement, makes the catch, and there's 1 out. That'll send John Schneider up the dugout steps, and we will give it off to Rogers Center for their appreciation of Trey Savage. thousand on their feet. A little upset initially with the hook, but again, this isn't about putting a no-hitter in the record books. It's about winning now and winning going forward, and Trey Savage has helped them do that today. They'll keep him fresh for a Game 5 with a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 12-0 Blue Jays. Let's go to our host today. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. It is a Sunday, which means we have plenty of NFL action to check out as Week 5 continuing. A lot of the early games are done, so we can check out, before we check out the final scores, we can take a look at as Trey Savage comes back out for a curtain call at the top of the Blue Jays dugout. You can hear the crowd extremely excited. I can only imagine Jays Talk's going to be popping tonight. But we mentioned the scores in Week 5 of the NFL. The Seahawks currently leading the Buccaneers 14-3. Rashad White with a rushing touchdown in the absence of Bucky Irving. A Zach Charbonnet touchdown on the ground for Seattle, and Sam Darnold throwing a touchdown to Jackson Smith in Jigba. The Arizona Cardinals taking on the winless Tennessee Titans right now, and lots of rushing touchdowns. Zonovan Knight with a 1-yard rushing touchdown, Michael Carter with a 1-yard rushing touchdown, and Kyler Murray, quarterback, with a 12-yard rushing touchdown. Just some field goals for the Titans. And other games going on right now. The Lions currently leading the Bengals 14-3. That game's currently at halftime. There's some trickery there. David Montgomery throwing a touchdown to Wright, the tight end, for a 3-yard touchdown catch. Jared Goff would throw one to another tight end, Sam Laporta, for a touchdown as well. And the Washington Commanders, Los Angeles Chargers, that game is currently tied at 10. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the Rogers Center right here in downtown Toronto with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. It's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much. Show making his 2025 postseason debut, Justin Brule, the left-hander, is in for the Blue Jays. His first appearance in the postseason since he pitched in 2021 with the Dodgers. Left-hander comes in with a 12-0 Blue Jay advantage and offers to Trent Grisham. Called strike. Trey Savage's start is over. 5 1/3, no hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 11 strikeouts for the rookie, who got a rousing round of applause and then a curtain call. 0-1, called strike. It's 0-2. And I know many will be upset that he didn't get a shot at a no-hitter. But frankly, at least in my opinion, Chris, it's not really debatable. Trent Grisham will see an 0-2, and then love to hear your thoughts on that move. 0-2 pitch. On the ground right side, backhanded Guerrero, throws to Brule, makes the grab and finds the bag. Nice play by Brule. 2 outs. To me, Chris, it's not even remotely about individual accolades at this point in the year.
No, absolutely not. Maybe if it was a 2-0 ball game, a 3-0 ball game, the way Trey Savage is pitching, you might have seen him up around 90, 95 pitches. It's a 12-0 ball game. We're in the 6th inning. Why not give it to your bullpen? Let them finish it out. He threw 78 pitches. That's still a relatively high pitch count for him.
First pitch to Aaron Judge with 2 outs is called low, ball 1.
And the Blue Jays are trying to win a World Series. They're not trying to throw no-hitters.
Right.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, you got to do what's best to win, not what is most entertaining to all of us, which obviously would be a no-hitter. 1-0 pitch. On the ground, foul, 1-1. No-hitter or not, that is one of the great pitching performances in Blue Jays postseason history, especially considering it came from a rookie. 1-1. Down and into Judge, 2-1. 12-0 Blue Jays. Nobody on, 2 outs, top of the 6th.
Not only a rookie, but his 4th career start.
Right. It's not like a rookie who pitched the whole year. Yeah. Came up a couple of weeks ago. 2-1 pitch. Called strike at the top of the zone. Cutter found the edge there. It's 2-2. Judge is one of the 2 Yankee base runners in the game. A walk and a strikeout swinging from him. Fans to their feet. Brule's 2-2. On the ground left side, backhanded Andres Jimenez. Long throw to first. Not in time, and it will be an infield hit for Aaron Judge. So the combined no-hit bid is done.
Yeah, really nice attempt over there from Andres Jimenez. Fielding that slow grounder in the hole, making a nice throw across the diamond. But Aaron Judge does have a little bit of speed. He beat that out pretty easily.
Took 5 2/3 for a seeing eye ground ball off the bat of Aaron Judge, and the Yankees have a hit. Cody Bellinger up the pitch. Judge will take off for second, and the Blue Jays will let him cruise in there. Called strike as Judge advances 90 feet. Stolen base for Judge. They're not usually going to call defensive indifference in the 6th. 0-1 pitch. Called strike, 0-2. Bellinger 0 for 2, a pair of strikeouts. He's hitting with Judge on second and 2 outs, top of the 6th. Rule rocks and deals. And the pitch is hit high in the air to right field. Back toward the fence, it's gone. A 2-run homer for Cody Bellinger. Yankees finally on the board. It's 12-2 as the ball sails back onto the field. 12-2 is the lead for the Blue Jays with 2 outs in the 6th.
That's more like this Yankees offense. When you make mistakes, as Justin Brule just did there, it was a hanging breaking ball kind of on the inner third. They can do a lot of damage. Cody Bellinger did not miss that pitch. They were trying to go away. Alejandro Kirk was actually set up off the plate outside, ended up on the inner third, and Bellinger, as he's done so often over the course of his career, hammered that pitch to right field.
Rule to Ben Rice now, and it's flipped to shallow left field. Charging Schneider has to pull up and play it on a bounce. So 3 straight have reached here for the Yankees. It's 12-2 with Rice on first. And John Schneider will make the walk out to the hill. Some cheers from the crowd. I think they forget the Blue Jays are up by 10 runs in the 6th inning. It's 12-2 with 2 outs, and they'll make a pitching change. Brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Yankees get to Justin Brule. Braden Fisher out of the Blue Jay bullpen here. And we will hand it back to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's continue checking on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We were checking on NFL scores, which we can continue to do as it is a Sunday. Earlier this morning in London, England, a 21-17 win for the Vikings over the Browns. Carson Wentz throwing a touchdown to Jordan Addison with 25 seconds to go for the win. I mentioned this earlier, but the early window of games done, so we can check out those finals. Lots of blowouts early in the action today. A 40-6 Colts win over the Raiders. Running back Jonathan Taylor with 3 touchdown runs before being lifted. Daniel Jones with a pair of touchdown throws as well. Michael Pittman Jr. and Tyler Warren, the recipients of those 2 touchdown catches. The Texans absolutely crushing the Ravens. They were without Lamar Jackson, but still a 44-10 drubbing for C.J. Stroud and company. Stroud throwing 4 touchdown passes. Nick Chubb rushing for a score as well. The most lopsided road win in Texans history, the most lopsided home loss in Ravens history, which was, I'm sure, tough for the Baltimore crowd. We also had a blowout Cowboys win over the Jets, a 37-22 victory that was actually not as close as that score would imply. The Jets did not score a touchdown until about 8 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. Cowboys had a great day on offense, though. QB Dak Prescott threw 4 touchdowns. Running back Javonte Williams ran for 132 yards and a TD. He would catch one of those 4 Prescott touchdowns as well. Tight end Jake Ferguson catching a pair of touchdowns in the win. And the Jets lost, as I said, wasn't much better for the Giants today. They lost 26-14 to the Saints, who were winless coming in. Nollins now 1-4 on the year. QB Spencer Rattler connecting with wide receiver Rashid Shaheed for an 87-yard touchdown grab. He finished with over 100 yards receiving in the win. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action here at the Rogers Center. The Blue Jays up 12-2. It's the top of the 6th inning. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much. Show again, 12-2. The Blue Jays lead the Yankees, just getting on the board with a Cody Bellinger home run. And now Giancarlo Stanton up with a runner on first and 2 outs. Braden Fisher, the right-hander, in his pitch. Check swing by Stanton. The pitch was low. Appeal to first. No swing, says Jordan Baker. Ball 1. Giancarlo Stanton 1 for 17 so far in these playoffs. He homered 7 times in last year's postseason run. 1-0. Swing and a miss. You're the Yankees. Part of your blueprint to win games in the playoffs is Stanton big swings, and they just haven't gotten that so far. 1-1. High 2-1. Especially surprising given he's got great playoff numbers in his career, all with the Yankees. And he had a great regular season. Only played 77 games and homered 24 times. 2-1 pitch. Fisher misses up and in, ball 3. Fisher saw Stanton in Yankee Stadium earlier this year. Actually got him to ground out into a game-ending double play. 3-1. Lined left field. Fair ball. Base hit bouncing into the corner. Rice around second. He'll go to third. Stop sign there by Travis Chapman. Into second goes Giancarlo Stanton, and he has his second hit of the playoffs. Second and third for the Yankees with 2 outs in the top of the 6th.
You're up by 10 runs. You just have to pound the strike zone. I know I sound like a broken record when I say that, but that's the most important thing. Braden Fisher fell behind Giancarlo Stanton 3-1. Giancarlo Stanton knows that Braden Fisher does not want to walk him here down by 10 runs or up by 10 runs, and he knows he's going to get something over the heart of the plate. He just missed that. He ripped it down the line.
Yeah, you got to get in the zone for sure. It would take 8 consecutive homers to tie up this game right now. Pitch to Jazz Chisholm with second and third and 2 outs. Misses high, ball 1. Fisher is missing up a lot, not getting on top of his pitches yet in this outing. Crowd starting to get back into it here. 1-0 pitch. Called strike. A look back to second, the kick and the 1-1. Fouled back. Late swing there by Chisholm on a curveball that clipped the top of the zone. Chisholm turning around to talk to Adam Hammery about whether that was a strike or a ball, and the fans get to their feet. It's a 1-2 count. Fisher set at the belt, looks to second. And the 1-2. High bouncer to first. It hooks foul. Ladd picks it up and tosses it over to the attendant down the line. He will hand it off to a young kid in Club 328, still 1-2. Braden Fisher turns toward third base and sets. Home plate umpire Adam Hammery trying to get his attention. Jazz Chisholm had asked for time, and it was granted. Fisher finally realizes and steps off.
That's an important couple of runs out there for the New York Yankees. It's a big pitch coming up for Braden Fisher.
12-2 Blue Jays. Second and third, 2 down. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 89 at the top of the zone. A turn and strut off the mound for Braden Fisher. Yankees get 2 in the inning, but still trail the Blue Jays by 10. It's 12-2, middle of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
A brand new Don Valley North Lexus is right around the corner. We've broken ground on the all-new Don Valley North Lexus. While we build, join us at 7200 Victoria Park for incredible deals. Right now, you can save thousands on select low-mileage Lexus demonstrators with offers you won't want to miss. Now is the time, and Don Valley North Lexus is the place. See website for details. Expect excellence.
Don Valley North Lexus.
A proud member of Wayne's Auto Group.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
Bingo!
Great games, good friends, and giving back. That's what charitable gaming's all about. At a charitable bingo and gaming center, your gameplay has a real-world impact on thousands of Ontario charities supporting causes such as counseling services, youth sports programs, and healthcare. So come and enjoy a wide variety of games. And remember, when you play, local charities win. See how we play. Visit charitablegaming.ca. Please play responsibly.
Charitable gaming, community good.
Hi, this is Tyler Heineman
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays leading big in Game 2 of this ALDS. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. It's the Blue Jays 12, the Yankees 2. Right now in the bottom of the 6th inning in Toronto, Blue Jays try to add to their lead here, facing Will Warren for a 3rd straight inning. This game really started to get out of hand after Warren came in the 4th. Max Fried had given up a handful of runs already. Then Vladimir Guerrero Jr. launched a grand slam off Warren. And now, for the first time since hitting that grand slam, Vladdy steps back up to the plate. The first pitch. Called strike. Guerrero overall 6 for 7 in these playoffs. 2 homers, 6 RBIs. Oh, 1. Downstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike.
The interesting thing about his 6 for 7 is he's doing it a number of ways. He's finessing the baseball to right field. He's hitting for power to left center. It's been pretty fun to watch.
1-1 pitch outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. And that's Vlad really at his best.
Yeah.
He's not a pure home run hitter all the time. He'll hit you a lot of line drives, and when you make a mistake, he'll put one in the second deck like he did in the 4th. 2-1 pitch. Grounded foul. He was trying to put another one in the second deck there. 2-2 after he missed that hanging sweeper.
Needless to say, it's good to see him putting good swings on the baseball. Comfortable swings, sure swings. We've seen him in between, unsure, indecisive for far too long.
He taps the plate and looks out to Warren in a 2-2 count. The pitch. Lifted to center field, very high, medium depth right center. Grisham jogging over, waves off Judge, and makes the catch. Guerrero retired. There's 1 out in this bottom of the 6th.
Even that swing there, although he mishit it a little bit, it was a very hittable pitch from Will Warren. It was a fastball right down the middle. It was a good swing. He was just a little bit out in front. That's a really good sign, although now that average dips just a little bit.
Pitch to Alejandro Kirk, hit foul, 0-1.
The average went from, I think, 833 to 750 now. Is that what it is?
Terrible drop for Guerrero there, who, along with Kirk, has really powered the Blue Jays offense in this series, although Varsho has been a big part of it. Heck, they've scored 22 runs in about a game and a half. Everyone's been good so far. Warren's 0-1 to Kirk. He's hit well center field, backing up Grisham, but he'll cover ground quickly, making the catch off his right hip, just in front of the warning track. There are 2 outs.
Well, a lot like Vlad, Alejandro Kirk had been going through it for quite an extended period of time, maybe about 3 weeks or so. And even that swing there again, it's an out. But he put a good swing on the baseball, going the other way, using the big part of the field. When Alejandro Kirk, when Vladimir Guerrero Jr. are going well, those are the types of outs that they have.
Dalton Varsho up to the plate. He's had a heck of a game. 3 for 3, 2 doubles and a homer. The pitch. And he shoots it foul to the left, 0-1. Just to circle back to Vlad one last time, that home run, the grand slam that he hit in the fourth, is the first ever grand slam by a Blue Jay in the postseason.
Really?
Really.
Wow.
0-1 pitch. High and outside.
Am I the only one that finds that hard to believe?
I find it hard to believe.
Yeah.
I mean, for all the success, and they had a ton of it in the 80s and early 90s, no multi-homer games, no grand slams in the postseason. 1-1. Hit back foul, headed our direction. That'll fall into the 200 level seats. 1-2. I will say, for stats like that, it is worth noting the playoffs are far expanded from what they used to be, especially when you're talking pre-wildcard era. But still. One-two to Varsho. And he crushes one out to right field. Judge on the run, looking up at the fence. It's out of here! Multi-homer game for Dalton Varsho. (13-2), the Blue Jays lead in the bottom of the sixth.
That was a curveball from Will Warren. It almost bounced in the dirt. It was about 2 balls below the strike zone. Dalton Varsho went down and golfed it out of here to right field. He's 4 for 4 in this ball game. A couple of home runs. I mean, he is really swinging the bat well right now. Couldn't have come at a better time for the Blue Jays.
A little sand wedge action from Varsho, a 346-foot home run. And now a first pitch strike to Ernie Clement. That's the Blue Jays' 8th homer in 2 games in this series. 8th. 0-1. Fouled back 0-2. Clement hit the first homer in this game. Got the Blue Jays on the board with a 2-run shot in the second, and they have scored a run in every inning from the second through the 6th.
And not to mention, Dalton Varsho had 2 hits today against one of the toughest left-handed pitchers in all of baseball.
And then they brought Warren in, and he's homered off him twice. 0-2 pitch is lined by Clement, just past the reach of Ben Rice, and into right field, a base hit.
The Blue Jays now have 14 hits on the day, 13 runs. And it seems like everybody is going right now.
The Yankees have 10 hits in the series. The Blue Jays have 28. And they're outscoring them 23-3, plus 20 on the run differential in this series. Pitch to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, called a strike with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. 13-2 Blue Jays with Ernie Clement on first. Will Warren is approaching 60 pitches now. He came in the 4th inning. 0-1. Fouled back 0-2.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on Carlos Rodon on Tuesday night, I can tell you that much.
And if you're the Blue Jays, I mean, this is a little house money right now. Provided the Yankees don't pull off an incredible comeback, which is very much still possible. It's the Major League Baseball playoffs. Anything could happen. 0-2 pitch to IKF. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I think the Blue Jays knew, Savage at home made sense. They were coming into this game not necessarily with the advantage in terms of starting pitchers. Max Fried was on the hill, and the Yankees were the betting favorites. 1-2 is hit foul. Still 1-2. Now, again, provided over the final 9 outs something crazy happens, which is possible, Shane Bieber gets to go for you in what could be a clinching game 3. A potential clinching game 3, but still 9 huge outs to get in this game. The 1-2 to IKF, hit foul again. But really, I don't know if the most optimistic Blue Jays fan could have predicted what we've seen over 15 innings of baseball between these two teams so far. The Blue Jays outscoring the Yankees in the series 23-3. 1-2 pitch. Down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I mean, the Yankees do have some good arms going for them in Carlos Rodon, Cam Schlittler for a possible Game 4. So, yes, it's house money, but at the same time, you still have to come to the park and be prepared to play.
100%. 2-2. Called, strike 3. 94 on the edge to freeze IKF and end the bottom of the 6th inning. The Blue Jays tack on another run. Dalton Varsho's 4th hit and 2nd homer of the game makes it 13-2 Blue Jays at the end of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
How do you like that? A 3-run blast
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays leading 13-2 at Rogers Center. Game 2 of the American League Division Series between the Blue Jays and the Yankees. We appreciate you tuning in today. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Blue Jays make a pitching change to begin this 7th. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Left-hander Eric Lauer into the ballgame for the Blue Jays. He'll come on and face the bottom third of the Yankee order. Ryan McMahon, Anthony Volpe, and Austin Wells are scheduled to hit for New York. Eric Lauer looking in. He pitched the final inning of the regular season, and his first pitch in this postseason run is called a strike. Left-hander was a Swiss Army knife for the Blue Jays. Long man, starter, lefty specialist. 0-1 pitch outside. 1-1, and now he gets to pitch in the playoffs for only the second time in his career. He made one start as a Brewer in 2021. 1-1 pitch on the ground sharply and through the right side. A base hit by Ryan McMahon.
He's been such an important part of this Blue Jays roster. A lot like Ernie Clement, Nathan Lucas, Davis Schneider. I mean, it's just so important to have a guy on your roster that you trust, that can start, that can relieve, that can do everything essentially on the pitching side, and Eric Lauer really has been that guy this season.
He's back on the rubber with a runner on first, nobody out, and his pitch to Anthony Volpe. Curveball for a strike. John Schneider was asked a lot of questions about how they'd use Eric Lauer in the playoffs. More of a long man, lefty specialist. Even, hey, might he start a game, because the Blue Jays only ended up taking 3 starters. 0-1. Down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. And John Schneider basically would not answer any of those questions because they weren't going to reveal their plans to the Yankees. But the one thing he would say is that Eric Lauer is going to be a big part of the Blue Jays' plan in this playoffs. 1-1. Fouled back, 1-2. Volpe 0 for 2 strikeouts, both coming against Trey Yesavage as part of Yesavage's 11K start. Top of the 7th, nobody out and a runner on first. 13-2 Blue Jays. Here's the 1-2. Sprayed foul right side.
How about that velo out of that left arm? 94 miles an hour. We've seen him up to 95 this season, so there is some velo in that arm. Just generally sits around 91, 92 miles an hour.
He comes back with another 1-2 to Volpe. Called strike 3. Breaking ball, bottom of the zone. Volpe's 0 for 3 strikeouts. Having a couple words with home plate ump Adam Hammery. 1 out.
Probably not a strike, but that's a good pitch. It's a pitcher's pitch. Might have clipped the bottom of that strike zone. I mean, Anthony Volpe probably just frustrated overall with everything that's been happening over the last couple of games here in Toronto.
Pinch hitter into the game now. The Yankees will get catcher Austin Wells a breather. And MVP Paul Goldschmidt is into the game to bat for him. Runner on first, 1 out. Eric Lauer offers home. And the pitch is called a strike. This allows Aaron Boone to do a couple things. Not only does he rest Austin Wells, but Ben Rice will more than likely go from first to catcher here, as Boone gives Rice a potential low-leverage situation to make his playoff catching debut. A 1 pitch inside. Because of a lack of positional versatility, the Yankees have had to choose between first and DH, 2 of the 3 of Goldschmidt, Rice, and Stanton. If they can catch Rice confidently in the playoffs, they could have all 3 in there. The 1-1 pitch. Low, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Can you have Ben Rice back there in a big situation, though?
We're about to find out, I guess, although this is
this is a relatively low leverage situation. If the game is tight, you're up by 2 runs, you have a speedster on first base.
2-1 pitch. Poke through the right side. A base hit by Paul Goldschmidt sends McMahon up to second. Goldschmidt stops at first. You know, I'm not saying that they plan on it, but maybe you could either start Rice, and then if you have a lead, you could change it around. Or maybe you do this so that Rice is more comfortable. If you need to do some funky pinch hitting late in the game and moving guys around, maybe there's a spot coming up where you'd pinch hit Goldschmidt for Wells, not because you're down by 11 runs and you want Rice to not feel like he's getting behind there for the first time. But it is worth noting the Yankees are carrying an extra catcher too in J.C. Escarra, and only 12 pitchers rather than 13. Pitch to Trent Grisham. Called a ball, missed his spot, probably had the zone, but it's 1-0. 13-2 for the Blue Jays. First and second, 1 out in the top of the 7th. Flowers 1-0 to Trent Grisham. Fouled back, lined right at Chris LaRue. He doesn't move as it bounces off the wall in front of him and falls down into the seats. Looked like Eduardo Perez in the ESPN radio booth went after it as well, but it's a little out of his reach. 1-1.
Now that was just a show me reach from Perez. He knew he couldn't catch that thing.
The 1-1. Fouled right back. That'll go under our feet. It's 1-2. As they get Lauer a new baseball, let's go quickly to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Luis Castillo and Tarek Skubal match up tonight at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. 8:03 p.m. Eastern is the scheduled time of first pitch. Kind of a must-win if you're the Seattle Mariners after the Tigers took Game 1 in Seattle. But it's hard to have a must-win against Tarek Skubal. Lauer's 1-2. Ripped through the right side, a base hit by Grisham into right field. Stop put up for McMahon. Lucas is now in right, and he got it back in quickly. So the bases are loaded with 1 out. Lucas in a defensive change this inning that ended up lifting Davis Schneider from the game, and the Blue Jays will continue what's become a bit of a bullpen parade here in the back half of the game. Eric Lauer gets a bit of work in the top of the 7th, but he is taken out after giving up 3 hits and striking out 1. So the bases loaded, 1 out, and Tommy Nance entering the game for the Blue Jays. This pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's go over to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's continue checking in on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We can continue checking in on scores around the NFL as Week 5 continues. Let's take a look at some of the games going on right now. That Buccaneers-Seahawks game in Seattle, quite the barn burner, 28-21 with 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Lots of scoring in the third quarter. Another Zach Charbonnet touchdown. Baker Mayfield throwing one deep to rookie Emeka Egbuka, his 5th touchdown grab of the year, a 20-yarder. Sam Darnold throwing to A.J. Barner, tight end, for a 2-yard touchdown in response. And then in another response, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers getting a long pass to, again, Egbuka to get them down into the red zone. Rashad White rushing for his 2nd touchdown of the game. The Arizona Cardinals still taking on the Tennessee Titans, still 21-6. Touchdowns coming from Carter, Murray, and Knight. Of course, Kyler Murray himself actually seemed to have suffered a foot injury. He was taken out of the game, is questionable to return. And we also have an update in the Commanders-Chargers game. That game was 10-10 last we checked. It is now 20-10. Some field goals and a pair of touchdowns for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, otherwise known as Bill. 2 rushing touchdowns, a 15-yarder and a 5-yarder. And for the Lions fans out there, things going pretty well as expected against the Joe Burrow-less Cincinnati Bengals. It is 28-3 midway through the third quarter. Jared Goff throwing a touchdown, 20-yarder to Jahmyr Gibbs, and then David Montgomery, Cincy native, rushing for a touchdown as well. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action here at the Rogers Center with the call with Tommy Nance on the mound. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Blue Jays bring in Tommy Nance, bases loaded, 1 out. 13-2 Blue Jays in the top of the 7th inning. Aaron Judge is the batter. And the Blue Jays, with an 11-run lead, will play the infield back. Nance offers to Judge, and the pitch hit foul, 0-1. Some may be surprised how many relievers the Blue Jays are using, how quickly they're churning through them. I'm guessing here, but I believe, based on how they used Hoffman yesterday, they want to get these guys work because of the week off. 0-1 pitch. Inside 1-1. So while the Yankees try and save arms throwing Will Warren for a long time because they've been pitching all week and all season, it's awkward at times for a reliever to have a week off, more than that. So they're giving them all shots here in low leverage. 1-1. Judge hits it off the fist, so Looper shallow center. Varsho sprinting forward. It's down in front of him, a base hit. McMahon to score. The Yankees go station to station, and Judge loops in an RBI to make it 13-3 for the Blue Jays.
And it's a relatively soft landing for a guy like Tommy Nance, who's coming into this ball game. His first career postseason appearance. Who knows? He might be pitching high leverage situations for the Blue Jays going forward. So you want to get him into a ball game. You want to get the feet wet. Yes, it's still an important part of the ball game. Who knows what's going to happen from here going forward? But
first pitch to Cody Bellinger, outside, ball 1.
You need to get your guys that you could potentially rely on work, especially since they haven't pitched in about a week.
Still, Fluharty and Rodriguez have not pitched in the playoffs yet. 1-0. Swing and a miss. And the last time anyone would have pitched is a week ago. A handful of those guys before that. So you want to get them in before a day off. Certainly don't want someone, if possible, coming off 10 days off to pitch in what could be a monumental Game 3 in New York. 1-1. Bellinger shoots it down the left field line. Long run, Straw slides to make the grab. Tagging at third, Goldschmidt. He'll score on a sac fly. Really great play, though, from Miles Straw. 13-4 for the Blue Jays. 2 outs in the top of the 7th.
This outfield defense just blows my mind. It seems like every single game. Nathan Lucas yesterday down the right field line. Miles Straw saving at least a couple of runs, if not 3 there, with that great sliding catch up against that tall wall in foul territory. What a play.
2 outs, Ben Rice up. Tommy Nance with the pitch. Outside, ball 1. 13-4 Blue Jays. With a runner on first and second here in the top of the 7th inning. One-0. Called strike, 1-1. Only reason Straw is in left field is the Blue Jays defensively replaced Davis Schneider to start this inning, bringing in Nathan Lucas to play right field and moving Straw from right to left. 1-1 pitch. Outside, 2-1. Both runs in this inning charged to Eric Lauer. He is also responsible for the runner on second. Aaron Judge on first is Nance's runner. The 2-1. Hit deep to right field. Moving back, Lucas to the warning track. Looks up at the wall. It's off the fence. Jogging around third and in to score, Grisham. Judge stops at third. Throw into second. Nearly got Ben Rice. It's an RBI double for Rice. And the Yankees have made it 13-5 in the top of the 7th.
Ben Rice just missed that. I think that slider, that hanging slider, got in on the fist just a little bit. Missed a home run by about 5 feet. Hit about halfway up that tall wall out in right field. I mean, it's still just an 8-run game, but it feels a little bit closer than that, Ben.
The energy has gone down in the building a little bit, I would say. The Yankees have scored 5 in the last 2 innings. Pitch to Giancarlo Stanton. Outside, ball 1. And now the Blue Jays get Mason Fluharty up. I think if you could draw it up perfectly, you'd go Fluharty 8th, Yariel 9th if you're the Blue Jays. 2 outs, second and third, and the 1-0 pitch to Stanton. Down and away, 2-0.
Got to make your pitches to Stanton, though. This game could change in a hurry.
Eric Lauer charged with 3 runs in a third of an inning, and now Tommy Nance responsible for both runners on. 2-0 pitch. Fouled back, 2-1. Nance sets just under his chin. And the pitch. Stanton hits it back foul. Slider on the outside edge. That'll even the count at 2-2 after that ball is sent into the seats right side. There's the energy again. The fans rise to their feet. Blue Jays leading 13-5. 2 outs, top of the 7th. Nance with a 2-2. Line drive, left field, base hit. Judge scores. Coming around third, Rice scores. And the Yankees have put up 5 in the 7th to make it 13-7. A 6-run game now here at Rogers Center.
Yeah, a little bit of a hanger there from Tommy Nance. Giancarlo Stanton has struggled over the course of these playoffs. Obviously a smaller sample size, but he had a great season, saw the ball well all season long. Here comes John Schneider, and Giancarlo Stanton shows that he can still hit a hanging breaking ball right there.
Blue Jays need someone to get outs here out of their bullpen. Nance and Lauer each record only 1 out, combining to allow 5 runs so far in this top of the 7th inning. So Nance off the hill and Mason Fluharty into the game. The Blue Jays leading 13-7. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's go over to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, guys. Let's continue checking on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard as Mason Fluharty makes the stroll in from the bullpen. We were talking about the NFL last time. It's another score update for that Seahawks-Buccaneers game in Seattle. But 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. This game's now tied again. Another throw from Sam Darnold to A.J. Barner. Another touchdown, a 6-yard touchdown catch. Again, this game tied at 28. The Cardinals still leading the Titans 21-6. The Commanders still leading the Chargers 20-10, and the Lions still leading the Bengals 28-3. We were talking about some of the finals earlier in the day, and we didn't get to all of them. The Panthers picking up their second win of the year over the Dolphins, 27-24, the final score in favor of Carolina. A relatively slow game, but the fourth quarter brought some real back-and-forth scoring. Running back Rico Dowdle scored from the 1-yard line. He finished with 206 rushing yards and had 3 catches for 28 yards as well. It's the most rushing yards by a single player in a single game so far this season. The Dolphins on the other side fall to 1-4, and an exciting end for the Broncos today. They were down 17-3 to the Eagles. They scored the final 18 points of the game to beat Philly 21-17. All 18 points coming in the fourth quarter. With a loss by Philly today, it does mean the Buffalo Bills are the NFL's final unbeaten team. And of course, the Buffalo Bills take on their AFC East rivals in the New England Patriots tonight on Sunday Night Football. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action here at the Rogers Center with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Blue Jays looking for stability out of their bullpen. Mason Fluharty into the game now, trying to finish off this 7th. It's been a struggle in this inning for Lauer and Nance, combined to allow 5 runs on 6 hits so far. Nance still responsible for Stanton on first. Jazz Chisholm Jr. up with the Blue Jays leading 13-7 in the top of the 7th inning. Rookie Fluharty makes his postseason debut. And the pitch to Jazz Chisholm. Swing and a miss. Fluharty loves the high-pressure moments. Told me yesterday, the harder that he blacks out during a game, typically the better he pitches as his heart starts racing and his body takes over. Left-handers 0-1. On the ground to first. Flatty has it, and in 2 pitches, Fluharty gets out of the inning as Guerrero steps on the bag. 7th inning stretch. The Yankees get 5 to bring the score closer, but still a football score at Rogers Center. It's 13-7 Blue Jays. 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Wake me up when we make the playoffs.
Wake up, Canada. We made it.
At Endy, we know greatness starts with a great rest. That's the beauty of sleep. It fuels focus and sharpens performance. It's how Endy helps all Canadians rise to shine. Discover why Endy is Canada's best mattress. Shop Canadian made at endy.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Marlins payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. The Yankees get 5 in the top of the 7th, and the Blue Jays lead it now by 6. In Game 2 of the ALDS, it's 13-7 for the Blue Jays. Still Will Warren on the hill for the Yankees. Bottom of the 7th will begin with Andres Jimenez. And a couple defensive switches for New York after Goldschmidt hit for Wells. Rice is now the catcher, and Goldschmidt goes in at first base. 63 pitches into this outing is Will Warren. He's pitched 3 innings so far and allowed 6 runs. His pitch to Andres Jimenez. Called strike, 0-1. Jimenez is 1 for 3, a hit and a run scored. It was an infield single in the 4th. Next pitch, line shot foul out of play left side. 0-2. Little bit of nervous energy here at Rogers Center after the big inning by the Yankees in there. Jimenez flies one out to right, and it's caught by Judge. So there's 1 out.
Well, I think everybody realizes and remembers that this is a very powerful New York Yankees lineup. They can hang a crooked number on you really, really easily. And we saw that in the previous inning, 5 runs. And yes, it's a 6-run ball game, but like I mentioned last inning, it feels just a little bit closer than that.
Miles Straw up, the Killers being sung, and the pitch misses down and away, ball 1. It reminds me of a game on July 2nd of this year. Will Warren, who's pitching now, is actually the starter. Blue Jays scored 7 runs in the first inning and at one point led 8-0. Next pitch, down and away, 2-0. Yet the Yankees came back to make it 8-7 with a 6-run 5th. Now, that's a lot closer than this game is. It's still a 6-run Blue Jay lead, but the Blue Jays would hold on to win 11-9 in that game. 2-0 pitch. Trough fouls it off the catcher, Rice, already bruised. Barely into the game as a catcher yet. It's 2-1. On that day, the Blue Jays stymied a big Yankees comeback by coming up with a couple late runs in the 8th by Addison Barger. Barger broke a tie with a 2-run single off Devin Williams. 1 out here, bottom 7, and Will Warren offers to Miles Straw. Pitch hit foul. Out of play. That'll make it 2 balls and 2 strikes with the Blue Jays up by 6 runs.
Will Warren's now thrown 70 pitches out of that Yankees bullpen. And still nobody's getting loose. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to finish this ball game.
At one point, Tim Hill was up, but I think that was only if the Yankees got it even closer. Blue Jays have Louis Varland up right now in their pen. 2-2 pitch. Spoiled foul off to the right.
With Louis Varland up in the pen, that tells me that John Schneider is slightly uncomfortable down there in that dugout as well.
And look, the Blue Jays, they can't mess around here. You're up 13-2. They were getting guys in, but some tough outings. Brule, Lauer, Nance all gave up multiple runs while recording only 1 out. 2-2. Straw reaches out and pokes it softly over the hill. Charging Chisholm, throws on the run and just gets Straw. Nice play, Jazz Chisholm Jr. 2 outs.
He had to deal with that bag, too. That second base bag, the ball bounced just to the left of it. I mean, he's been a pretty good defender for the majority of his career. Nice play there, getting a speedy Miles Straw.
Bahamian middle infielder threw from the shortstop side. He did play a little bit of shortstop with the Miami Marlins. He's also a center fielder at a time, but back at second base with the Yankees. 2 outs in the pitch, crushed by Springer. Left field and deep. Bellinger looking up. That's off the base of the wall. Springer around first. He'll jog into second. A 2-out double, and the crowd to their feet again.
Seems like that lifted the nervous energy just a little bit. Another good swing from George Springer. He has 2 hits in the ball game, a home run and that double.
Hanging sweeper, Warren might have got lucky. It stayed in the yard. Springer in scoring position, 13-7 Blue Jays. 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Nathan Lucas to hit for the first time in the game. The pitch. Fouled back. Lucas drove in 3 yesterday with 2 hits, including a big game-opening double in the 7th. When I spoke with him at about 11:30 in the morning today, he said his phone was still blowing up with people texting him and calling him about the performance he put on yesterday. 0-1 pitch. Fouled away, 0-2. Everything he's done so far in the playoffs, and you could say the same for George Springer, they've done under the weather. Both of those guys dealing with a pretty nasty head cold right now. Lucas told me he couldn't worry about getting too excited for the playoffs because he was feeling brutal, to be honest, for a lot of yesterday as he had that awesome game. 0-2. Bounced in front of home, off of Rice. Springer takes off for third, and he'll dive in there head first. Hit Rice in the stomach, chest area, but bounced away about 5 feet to the right. It's a wild pitch on Will Warren.
Yeah, even though Ben Rice isn't the best defensive catcher back there, I'm pretty sure that most catchers have a tough time with that one.
Yeah, that was a curve spiked in front of home towards the left-handed hitter. And Rice got his mitt to it, deflected it into his chest, and it just bounced away. Runner on third, 2 down, and the 1-2 pitch. Popped up foul, third base side. Racing over McMahon. He'll watch it fall into the seats out of play. Still 1-2. Lucas back in the box. Springer leading off third. 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. 13-7 Blue Jays. The 1-2 pitch. Outside. Very confident on a fastball that just missed. Good take by Lucas. It's 2-2. Ben Rice pressing buttons on his right knee, and Will Warren steps off, takes a step toward George Springer to back up the runner to the base. Two-two pitch. Lifted to left field, playable for Bellinger, backing up. He'll make the catch and end the 7th inning. Blue Jays don't score despite a hit. They leave George Springer on third, and it's 13-7 for the Blue Jays. 8th inning coming up. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
In Canada, the leading cause of death is cancer. What if you could see it coming before symptoms appear? Whole Body MRI offers advanced medical scans using our state-of-the-art AI-powered MRI machines, which can detect early-stage cancers and 500 other conditions with 0 radiation. Take control of your health. Visit wholebodymri.ca to book now. Again, that's wholebodymri.ca. Get scanned.
Get winter ready with CarQuest Auto Parts. Save on premium brand name products. Castrol Magnatech Synthetic Oil 5-liter jug, $29.97. Prestone Premix Coolant 3.78-liter jug, $14.97. CarQuest Washer Fluid 3.78-liter jug, $3.97. And Trico Ice Winter Wiper Blades, all sizes, $14.97. Hit the road with CarQuest for your auto parts needs. Visit a CarQuest Auto Parts store or carquest.ca for full flyer details at participating locations.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Hey, this is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to downtown Toronto for the top of the 8th inning. Game 2 of the American League Division Series. The Blue Jays lead the series, and they lead the game. 1-0 lead of the series, 13-7 lead. Tonight, a pitching change for Toronto here to start the 8th. It's brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Louis Varland pitches on back-to-back days. He is in today, trying to squash a late Yankees rally here. Blue Jays led at one point 12-0, and now it's 13-7. It'll be the bottom third of the order for Varland to face, beginning with Ryan McMahon.
Yeah, no more messing around. John Schneider was trying to get some guys some work, but no more of that. You want to win this ball game.
McMahon started that big 7th inning with a single off Eric Lauer. Lauer was charged with 3 of the runs, Nance with 2. The pitch, McMahon takes high. 1 ball, no strikes. Blue Jays did only use Varland for 3 batters yesterday, so it's not like he was overworked. 1-0. McMahon bunts it in front of home. Varland off the mound to pick it up, throws down to first, delivers a strike to Vlad. A pretty athletic pitcher is Louis Varland. There's 1 out.
Yeah, he threw a strike to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first base. Fielded that ball right in front of him. Made a great throw. That's a big first out in this inning.
I don't hate that idea if you're McMahon. If that ball gets thrown away, you might get into the heads of a Blue Jay team that's already allowed 7 of the last 8 runs in the game, but Varland delivers. Here's Volpe at the plate in the first pitch outside. Ball 1.
There's a lot of pitchers that throw that ball away, myself included.
We don't know. We can say it's unproven at this point what you would do. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good knuckle curve from Louis Varland. His secondary pitch to the high 90s, 4-seam fastball. Right-hander brings the glove up and the 1-1. Outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Volpe 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts, trying to avoid the sombrero here in Game 2 of the ALDS. 2-1 pitch. Bounce back foul, 2-2. Over 44,000 rise to their feet again. 1 out, top of the 8th, base is empty. The 2-2. Just outside at 100 miles an hour. Yesterday to punch out Stanton, Varland threw 101, the second fastest pitch of his career. His 3-2. Poke back to the hill, fielded by Varland on a bounce. He'll jog over to first, an underhand flip. That was hit with a little bit of steam on it, and Varland came up with another good play, 2 outs.
Well, I bet Anthony Volpe wasn't expecting that pitch. Up by 6 runs, you flip in a good hard knuckle curve 3-2. And again, Louis Varland making a great play out there. You mentioned it. He's a good athlete out there. Really good fielding pitcher. Runs it over, underhands it. That's more like it. That's what the majority of pitchers would do. They would underhand that baseball.
First pitch to Paul Goldschmidt now. Hit back foul. Easy 98 from Varland. 0-1. 2 outs and the bases empty. 13-7 Blue Jays. Top of the 8th inning. 0-1. On the ground left side, charging Clement. Gloves knee high, throws on the run to first. And a 1-2-3 inning is pitched by Louis Varland. Middle of the 8th, 13-7, the Blue Jays lead. They'll look to tack on insurance with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays win an 11th in a row at home.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Sun going down in downtown Toronto, but this game's still going on. It's Game 2 of the American League Division Series. Blue Jays with a 1-0 series lead and a 13-7 lead in this game. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is coming up for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's still Will Warren for the Yankees. He's thrown 79 pitches in relief of Max Fried to help save the Yankee pen. New York does finally have some action down there. As we see what the limit is on the pitch count for Warren, the guy who started all of this year.
Yeah, when he first came out of the bullpen today, he was throwing 95 to 97 with that good sinker. He threw a 91-mile-an-hour fastball in his last inning.
One of his big blunders, the grand slam given up to Vlad earlier, and now Guerrero takes a first pitch strike, a fastball at 92. To me, it signaled when he was throwing 97, he probably didn't think he was going to be in this game this long.
I didn't think so either.
0-1. Vladdy hits it high to shallow right center. Judge crossing in front of Grisham. Grisham can't see it, but thankfully for him, Judge was on it the whole way. Makes the catch. Bit of a twilight sky here at Rogers Center. 1 out.
Vlad just missed that fastball. By the way, that fastball was 90 miles an hour from Will Warren.
Guerrero retired, falls to a mere 3 for 5 now in the game. And 6 for 9 so far in the series with 2 home runs. Alejandro Kirk is up, 1 out. And the pitch. Fouled away. On the Yankee side, Luke Weaver is getting loose. On the Blue Jays side, Sir Anthony Dominguez warms up with 1 out and the bases empty. 13-7 Blue Jays, bottom of the 8th. The 0-1 pitch. Kirk hits it foul, 0-2. Runs on 15 hits for the Blue Jays with 1 error. 7 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for the Yankees. The 0-2 pitch. Hit off the fist, a looper left center. Coming forward, Cody Bellinger makes the catch again. A corner outfielder crosses in front of Grisham. Don't think Grisham is seeing it all that well right now. 2 down.
Yeah, it's a tough sky. We've actually seen outfielders this season at about this time have tough routes, kind of put their palms up to the sky wondering where that ball is. And actually, here comes Aaron Boone.
Wonder if they want a bit of a pick-me-up for Luke Weaver, who's had a really tough start to his playoffs. They're going to make a pitching change here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th, down 13-7. The pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Weaver in, bases empty, 2 down, 13-7, bottom of the 8th. We go back to today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Let's keep checking on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Not a lot of changes in the NFL scores for the game still going on right now. The Commanders still lead the Chargers 20-10. The Lions now lead the Bengals 28-17. A pair of touchdowns, including a long 64-yard touchdown throw to Jamar Chase. He has a pair of touchdown catches. Arizona Cardinals still leading the Titans, but they are leading now 21-12. Tony Pollard falling across the goal line to get a score there to narrow that lead a little bit further. We had talked about Kyler Murray also being questionable to return to that game with a foot injury. He has returned to that game. Seahawks and Buccaneers, that game continues to go back and forth. Again, on fourth down, late in the game, Sam Darnold throwing a 21-yard touchdown pass to rookie Torrey Horton. On the other side, with a minute to go in the game, Sterling Shepard getting an 11-yard touchdown grab from Baker Mayfield. There is 40 seconds left in this game, and it is tied at 35. The NHL season elsewhere on the out-of-town scoreboard starts in just a few days. Of course, the Canadian teams will get going on Wednesday, while the Florida Panthers will raise their Stanley Cup banner on Tuesday. Some injury news for us to get you out of Winnipeg. Jets head coach Scott Arniel announcing today that Cole Perfetti is week to week with an ankle sprain. That coming after we had already heard last week that Dylan Sandberg will be out for 6 to 8 weeks with a broken wrist. And lots of extension news in the last week. With the season right around the corner, some coaches getting extended. Calgary extending Ryan Huska for 2 more years, and elsewhere in Alberta, Chris Knobloch signing a 3-year extension with the Oilers. Of course, Knobloch guiding Edmonton to consecutive Stanley Cup finals. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action right here at the Rogers Center with a call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. It's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Into the game for the New York Yankees is Luke Weaver. He's on with 2 outs and the bases empty. 13-7 Blue Jays. It's the bottom of the 8th inning. Game 2 of the American League Division Series. 3rd appearance of the playoffs for Luke Weaver. He has not recorded an out yet, giving up 5 runs on 4 hits and 2 walks. Dalton Varsho hitting 4 for 4, 2 doubles, 2 home runs. Weaver's pitch. Varsho hits it high, left field. Bellinger going back, slows into a jog in front of the track, makes the catch, and on 1 pitch, Luke Weaver has his first scoreless outing of the 2025 postseason. We go to the 9th. Sir Anthony Dominguez coming out of the Blue Jay bullpen. 13-7, the Blue Jays lead. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Okay. First question. When does Desjardins Insurance suggest you switch to winter tires?
Below 7 degrees. Easy.
Nice. Next, what's a smart way to save money on your home insurance?
Switch to Desjardins Insurance and you could save up to $900 when you bundle home and auto. Easy.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply. In the late 90s, a groundbreaking all-female music festival emerged, led by Canadian artist Sarah McLachlan.
Promoter said, you can't put 2 women on the same bill. People won't come. And it put a huge fire under my butt to prove them wrong.
Representation for women in rock music wasn't there.
And worse, you're being pitted against each other. Lilith became a freight train.
Catch the documentary that chronicles a pivotal moment in music culture. Watch Lilith Fair, Building a Mystery, for free on CBC Gem.
Too many students are packed into overcrowded classrooms in Ontario schools, and it's hurting their ability to learn. But instead of helping our kids, the Ford government is playing politics, taking over school boards and silencing local voices. It shouldn't be this way. Tell the Ford government to get serious about tackling overcrowded classrooms, because smaller classes would make a big difference for our kids. Go to buildingbetterschools.ca. A message from the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball. On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the 9th inning, brought to you by Shell V-Power Nitro Plus. Want more from your vehicle? Try Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline, fueling every drive with a fuel like no other. Blue Jays 3 outs away from another win in this American League Division Series. They lead 13-7 over the New York Yankees and have a 1-game-to-9 advantage in the series overall. They'll make a pitching change here, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. To take on the top of the order, it's right-hander Sir Anthony Dominguez.
Yeah, and again, this tells me that John Schneider's not messing around. He had Louis Varland in last inning, and now Sir Anthony Dominguez, one of his best, most trusted relievers out of that bullpen.
A guy who's saved games in the playoffs before. Non-safe situation here, up by 6. But it's the top of the Yankee order, and the Yankees have scored 7 of the last 8 runs in this game. Dominguez to Grisham. Called strike, 98, right on the outside edge. Oh, 1. Hooked foul, right side out of play, and Dominguez in 2 pitches is ahead 0-2. It's tense, but you still want to be aggressive if you're Dominguez. The team is up by 6.
Doesn't feel like 6, though.
I know.
Feels more like 3.
But it is 6. But I totally get your point. Yankees have made it a lot closer. The 0-2. Down and away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Oh-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He got him on a breaking ball back foot, and Grisham is sent down. Blue Jays separated by 2 outs from a second win in this series.
Well, you talked about it a little bit yesterday, but Sir Anthony Dominguez has been very, very good in the playoffs. His career regular season ERA is about 3.5. The career postseason ERA is .98.
Mostly as a Philly, a little bit with Baltimore. 1 out, the pitch to Aaron Judge is high ball 1. Judge had an RBI single as part of that 5-run 7th for New York. One 1-0 pitch. Down and away, 2-0. Judge is having a good postseason right now in terms of hitting for average at least. He's batting .444 early on in the playoffs. 2-0. Called strike. I think where he's getting nitpicked is he has 1 extra base hit, and it came with no one on, and the Yankees down 6-1 late yesterday, which is just not typical of Aaron Judge. He can have an extra base hit a game when he's at his best. 2-1 pitch. Inside ball 3 to the big right-handed hitter who slugged 53 home runs this year.
It feels a little bit like when Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was going through his lack of slug earlier on in the season. It's almost like the fans, the people that follow the team, just expect more.
3-1. Called low, ball 4. I mean, pitch at the top edge was not called a strike, and the bottom edge was not called a strike. For a 6'7" guy, a pretty small zone in that at-bat. Judge goes down to first. So he will be on for the 4th time in this game, Aaron Judge. 2 walks and 2 singles. 13-7 Blue Jay advantage. 1 out, top of the 9th. Cody Bellinger is up. Dominguez's pitch. Right over the middle at 97 for strike 1. (13-7) Blue Jay advantage. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away. Blue Jays have led since the 2nd. The 1-1. Outside 2-1. They still lead by 6 runs right now. But this is the closest the game has been since Guerrero's grand slam in the 4th. The 2-1 pitch. Fouled back 2-2.
Seems like Sir Anthony Dominguez has lost the strike zone just a little bit. Have to get out front and throw strikes. You're still up by 6 runs.
Dominguez leaning forward, glove pressed into his left thigh. Judge leading off first. 1 out, top of the 9th. And the 2-2. Low ball 3, borderline pitch there, taken by Bellinger. Didn't help, he missed the spot. Dominguez reloading in a full count. He's thrown 6 strikes to 8 balls so far. His 3-2. On the ground, up the middle. Jimenez gloves. His only play is to first, and he'll throw to Vlad for the out. Judge up to second. It was a high bouncer, not hit too hard. So there was only one play. Jimenez makes it calmly, and the Blue Jays an out away from a 2-0 series advantage.
That was actually a tough play. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa cut in front of Andres Jimenez, so he might have lost the ball for a split second. He fielded it cleanly. He made a nice throw across the diamond.
Ben Rice is the last hope here for the Yankees. 2 outs, top of the 9th. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. (13-7) for the Blue Jays. A lot of the damage done in the 6-run 4th inning. 1-0. Called strike. Getting in the zone with a splitter. Dominguez dropped his off-speed pitch on the outside edge. Set at the belt, Dominguez with a 1-1. On the ground, foul, right side. That was ripped by Rice, but he just missed the bag. And now 44,764 are on the brink of exploding. 1 pitch away from the Blue Jays finishing this one off. 13-7 lead. Judge on second, Rice at the plate, and a 1-2 count. The pitch, high and outside. 2-2. Dominguez set. He kicks and fires. And it's grounded foul. Rice fighting here, bouncing it back to his own dugout to keep this game going. Pitches in the inning for Dominguez. One more good one, and it could end it. 2-2. Outside, ball 3. No one up in the Blue Jay bullpen. This is Sir Anthony Dominguez's game right now. Runner on second, 2 outs, top of the 9th. The 3-2. Down and in, ball 4, a walk to Rice to put 2 on here with 2 outs.
It seemed like Sir Anthony was nibbling just a little bit. Again, you're up by 6 runs. A home run won't kill you, especially with 2 outs in the inning. And now you have Giancarlo Stanton coming to the plate with runners at first and second. A home run can really change this game.
Stanton on the day, 2 for 4. Double in the 6th, 2-run single in the 7th. The first pitch is bounced foul by Giancarlo Stanton. It's 0-1. Judge off first, Judge off second, Rice off first. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Stanton chases the sweeper down and away. And again, the Yankees down to their final strike. It's 0-2. Dominguez set. Under the lights. The 2-strike pitch. He got him. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kirk applies the tag, and the Blue Jays win 13-7 the final. They lead the series 2-9.
What a fantastic overall game from the Toronto Blue Jays on the offensive side, on the pitching side. But the story of the day is Trey Savage. He was a relatively unknown coming into this ball game. People know about Trey Savage now. What a performance from him. His 4th career Major League game was in a playoff game against the New York Yankees, and he struck out 11. Didn't give up a base hit in 5 1/3 innings. What a performance from him. Couldn't be happier.
Trey Savage in this game goes 5 1/3, no hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 11 strikeouts. He was absolutely sensational en route to picking up his first career playoff win and only his 2nd win in a Major League uniform. And the Blue Jays on the other side made quick work of Max Fried in 3 innings. They put 7 runs on Fried, 3+ technically, as he started the 4th but did not get an out in that inning.
Yeah, we talked about this during the broadcast, but Max Fried was absolutely electric today. But the Blue Jays had better at-bats against him. They were able to barrel up some good pitches. Ernie Clement actually hit a 2-run home run early on in this ball game out in front of a very good off-speed pitch from Max Fried. This was just an incredible performance, whether you're talking about the pitching side or the offensive side, from so many different guys. And to do it against a guy like Max Fried, whose fastball was absolutely electric today, was pretty cool to see.
Let's go down to the field now. Sportsnet's Hazel May is standing by with Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Thank you very much. Only fitting to have Vladimir Guerrero Jr. launch the very first postseason Grand Slam in Blue Jays history. Vladdy, we talked about you tinkering with your mechanics and making adjustments. How? Thanks for that, Vladdy. I appreciate it. How good do you feel about where you're at offensively and particularly with the way you've been swinging the bat?
I mean, I feel good, you know. I got to thank God first, and the fans, their energy they bring for us, you know, we have to bring the energy. So to me, when you see the fans bring the energy, you got to be yourself, enjoy the game, and try to win the game.
You don't win this game without the historic performance from Trey Savage this evening. 5 1/3 of scoreless with a postseason franchise record 11 strikeouts. As you play behind him there at first base, what's going through your mind as he is dominating a very dangerous Yankee lineup?
I mean, he said he built for this, and he showed them we built for this, and it's amazing, you know, a humble guy, and I feel proud for him, and to me, it's an amazing job he did today.
Amazing job from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Thank you, Vladdy. We'll see you in New York.
I'm on.
Let's bring in the man of the hour. Don't give curtain calls to just anyone. How did you feel about being told to come back out here and acknowledging this fan base?
It was awesome. You guys are rocking. The city's awesome, and I love you guys.
Trey, this is not an easy franchise to face. 11 strikeouts, 8 via that splitter of yours. You made Kevin Gossman awfully proud, I'm sure. At what point in the game did you feel like you really had a good feel for that split?
I mean, from the start, racking up the whiffs, racking up the Ks, offense behind me putting up runs, confidence was through the roof.
Your parents, Dave and Cheryl, your brother, Cole, they're here. They were nice enough to have me speak with them during our broadcast. Your dad and your mom were really emotional when I asked them what it was like to see their little guy out there on the mound. It takes a village. Tell me what's going through your mind knowing that you've got the most important people in your lives here to watch this historic performance.
They're my people. They're the reason I'm here right now. And I couldn't love them more. Mom, Dad, Cole, Chase, you're at college. I love you guys.
You got 40 million people loving you right back. You're not just built for this moment. You're built for the postseason and October.
Absolutely. Let's go, Toronto!
Trey Savage.
That was Trey Savage and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with Sportsnet's Hazel May. Blue Jays win 13-7 to take a 2-0 series lead. We'll take a step aside when we come back. Get you to the play of the game and then to what you've been waiting for. Blair and Barker with Blue Jays Talk coming up soon. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Wake me up when we make the playoffs.
Wake up, Canada. We made it.
At Endy, we know greatness starts with a great rest. That's the beauty of sleep. It fuels focus and sharpens performance. It's how Endy helps all Canadians rise to shine. Discover why Endy is Canada's best mattress. Shop Canadian made at endy.com.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Hey, this is David Schneider. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto, where the Blue Jays just wrapped up a big 13-7 win over the New York Yankees. They take a 2-0 series lead on the back of an incredible start from Trey Savage and a massive offensive day off one of the best pitchers in baseball in Max Fried. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We've done a lot of Trey Savage talk. Not that he does not deserve it, but let's flip over to the offensive side as we look back at one of, if not the biggest moment of the game. Blue Jays already had a big lead, but they were looking to cement it in the fourth after Max Fried had been lifted from the game. The Blue Jays had a 5-0 lead, 1 out, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. stepped up to the plate. Righties 2-1. Swing and a deep drive. Left field. That ball is soaring out of here. A grand slam. Pinch yourself all you want.
You will not wake up from this dream right now. The Blue Jays lead 9-0 on a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. grand slam.
He continues to swing the bat really, really well. He's going through it. In September, he looked relatively uncomfortable in the batter's box, was in between, indecisive, unsure, and now he looks nothing like that. He looks locked in. He looks comfortable. He's taking good swings, and he's not offering at good pitches off the plate. That's when Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is at his best, when he's taking those tough pitches and then hammering those mistakes over the heart of the plate. What a swing from him. What a big moment in this ballgame.
We didn't think it would be then, but it ended up being the decisive swing in the game, as that added the Blue Jays' 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th run, and they ended up winning the game by a final score of 13-7. Guerrero making history with the first grand slam in the postseason in Blue Jays franchise history. It took until the 49th season of Blue Jays baseball to do it. They win the game 13-7, the final score. 7 runs, 10 hits, 1 error, 7 left. 13 runs for the Blue Jays, 15 hits, an error, 4 left. The win for Trey is savage. He's 1-0. Max Fried with the loss goes to 0-1. No save in a 3-hour, 4-minute game in front of a season-high 44,764. Next time we see you, we will be in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium. 7:08 first pitch on Tuesday, and the Blue Jays have a chance to take the series. Shane Bieber gets the ball for Toronto. Carlos Rodon for New York. A can't-miss game coming up after the off day tomorrow. Hope to see you then and appreciate you tuning in tonight. For Stephen Coyle, Christian Chiniti, Tom Young, our technical directors, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Show Ali, our host, Chris LaRue, my partner, I'm Ben Schulman. Have a great rest of your night, and we will see you on Tuesday from Yankee Stadium. But for now, it's another winning edition of Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. It starts right now.
All right, well, 13-7. The Toronto Blue Jays beating the New York Yankees in the second game of this best-of-5 ALDS. The Jays hitting 5 home runs for the first time in their postseason history. There is a crap ton of stuff to talk about. The numbers, as always, are 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-866. Yesterday that he was built for this. I don't think there's anything else he could have done to prove that he was absolutely right. He was he was historic tonight. I mean, that's really the only way to describe it. No hits in a playoff start. He was, in fact, taken out with the no-hitter. He's the first pitcher in MLB history. All right, think about that. The first pitcher in MLB history with 11.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what the doctor ordered when you have a kid that you make room for on a roster that you think is as good, can come out and do exactly what he did. I mean, just the way it started, the way he pitched, it looked to me like he was pitching around Judge with the 3 split fingers in a row, the elevated 4-seamer, the 4-pitch walk, right? I mean, it was, you make your best pitch with your best secondary stuff. If you don't get him out in the first inning, you don't get him out. You live to sort of fight the next batter and just sort of, give yourself. I've never faced a guy like that, but boy, it sure looked like he was making a bunch of good hitters look silly. And just the inability to pick that stuff up and know the difference between the 3 pitches, all the swing and misses that he got, how good the split finger was. It's the Iron Mike thing. It's throwing it from basically behind his head at that velocity with that tunneling with 3 different pitches. I mean, it's basically 2, but he can sprinkle in the slider when he wants to sprinkle it in, and doing it with some deception. It's elite stuff. Jays know what they're doing, man. I mean, that's why they sort of rushed him through the minor leagues. Why waste that in the minor leagues? Get that thing up here as quick as you can and unleash it. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, without question, Trey is savage. Like I said, the story of this game, at least part of the story, odd game. I mean, the Yankees came back against the Blue Jays bullpen. Perhaps that's a little bit of rust. It was interesting that the guys who pitched yesterday were pretty good. Louis Varland. The guys who didn't pitch yesterday, who've gone through this layoff, were scuffling a bit. We'll talk about that in a few minutes, and I'm sure John Schneider will address that himself in his media availability. But, Kevin, again, we've got to talk about the offense. Vladdy with a grand slam. Dalton Varsho with a couple of home runs. Ernie Clement with a home run. Again, 5 George Springer with a home run. 5 home runs. This is a team. We thought the Yankees were the team. All we said was the Jays got to keep the ball in the ballpark against the Yankees. Put that, contact-heavy offense into gear, and away we go, and try to hold the Yankees to solo homers, et cetera. But it's the Jays that have put the boots to the Yankees, at least in terms of the home run ball so far.
Yeah, I think you got to give credit where credit's due, right? John Snyder putting Dalton Varsho in the lineup today with the bat path. And
who's the only other lefty to get 2 hits off Max Fried?
Well, extra base hits.
Extra base hits?
That's Ohtani.
Ohtani, exactly.
I said this when you asked me what do you do against guys like Fried, and I said you got to attack your strengths. Dalton Varsho's strength is down. You get a sinker down, you get a sweeper down. You can do some damage on that because of your bat path, what your lower half is creating or forcing your barrel to do. You like the ball down. Try and do whatever it takes to lay off the ball up. That's a big deal, and getting that going and getting on base. And then Ernie, the free swinger, right? It's you swinging a ball over your head, you swinging a ball at your ankles, you hit the ball at your ankles out of the park. Like it's, we were talking when we were in the press box. How do you pitch to him? I think when he's going like that and he's covering a bunch of quadrants that are out of the strike zone, you don't pitch to him. You just hope he gets himself out. And then Vladdy, I think the conversation with the manager and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has gotten a little sterner lately. We were talking to John on the field earlier before the game started, and John basically said, enough's enough, big fella. Like, what you're doing, fix it. Like, it's only so many times I can come out loud and say, you're one swing or way or whatever that is. Let's start seeing it. And when the front foot goes, your hand goes. It's not 2 different parts of it, right? Where the foot would go and then your hands follow. It's both go at the same time. When that happens, everything starts to happen in a phone booth. That means the stride's a little shorter. That means the hips are firing and the hands are going through the zone like lightning. And he can get the 296 mile an hour fastballs on the black a little up and in because he's creating the phone booth. And when that's happening, you're seeing what's happening. That's sort of the separator, right? Is they knew, or John knows, that if he can get the big fella doing that kind of thing with all the other guys buying into, moving the ball forward, I just don't know who can beat him, especially at home.
Yeah, it was really interesting talking to John Schneider and, him. And you got to remember, he's managed Vladdy and Bo. He managed them when they were in single A. He's basically managed them all the way up. Yep. That was the organizational plan. Give these guys essentially the same manager all the way up. And again, we talked to John before the game today on the field, and he said, hey, I had a conversation with Vladdy, and I said, look, I've thrown BP to you more than anybody else. I've stood in the mound and watched you swing a bat more than anybody else. And he made a little suggestion about hand.
Yeah.
And just left it at that, and we've seen the results. Look, we're going to get the phone lines right now. I can pretty much guarantee you that everybody is going to want to know about the decision to take Trey Yesavich out. So I'll remind you, John Schneider is addressing the media. I've got to think that's the first question he'll be asked when we hear his answer. We'll play it for you. So keep in mind right now, we're kind of finger painting a little bit here when it comes to the reasons for Yesavich coming out. But let's go to Kyle in Lower Sackville. You're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, Jeff, how's it going?
Good, man. What's up?
Just real quick. I'm not going to get into why they took Yesavich out, but how good is it when Vladdy's going? The whole team just gets behind him. Like you could go up and down the lineup and give all the kudos you want to everybody, but when he's going, the team just rallies behind him, right? So I'll take your thoughts on that offline, but let's go, boys.
Thanks. Appreciate the call, Kyle. Yeah, look, we talked about this. This is, I feel so good because I've been telling everybody that I have faith in Vladdy. I have been. I've been saying, you've been like rolling your eyes at me. I mean, I wrote a column the other day. And I said, this is when Vladdy's new contract starts. It started yesterday, as far as I'm concerned. And
you want to give him another deal? Extension.
Well, trust me, he probably won't need. I'll be dead by the time his next extension is rolling around. So, I mean, maybe not, but who knows? But the point is, we talked about Vladdy hasn't had a lot of postseason success. I mean, nobody in this organization has had a lot of postseason success since 2016. I mean, they just haven't. And it's so cool to see Vladdy be able to flip this. We don't have to talk about him getting picked off second base. I mean, I'm not even going to mention that anymore. We don't have to talk about his numbers in going in the postseason. He's got his postseason home run. He's got his grand slam. You know, this is why you give a guy like that this much money. Trey Savage. Were you surprised that John took him out when he did?
No, it's 12-0. Hadn't given up a hit. Had 78 pitches. Struck out 11 guys. Top of the order the third time. Absolutely not. Made sense to me. I looked at you. You looked at me. We were a little surprised until you start thinking about it. Big picture. You know, you may need him again. Hopefully not, but you may need him again. He's a big deal going forward to this team. You want him having a good taste in his mouth. That third time through, top of the lineup, it's a big deal. You're thinking to yourself, man, I haven't pitched everybody out of the pen in forever. I got all systems go with who I want to go to. Lineup's doing what the lineup's doing. No, I had no problems with it.
Yeah, no, I mean, originally I kind of looked at it a little bit, but then when you think about it, you're right, the top of the order's coming out. Look, the Jays' middle relief, let's face it, was not good today. This game should have been done about 3 hours ago. But the Jays' bullpen gave up 7 runs, all 7 runs to the Yankees. We'll hear from John Schneider. I've got to think a little bit of that is rust. But, yeah, when John Schneider made the move and I started looking at my lineup card and everything, I'm going, yeah, I kind of get this. I hate to tell people this, but if Trey Savage pitches was going, I don't think there's a manager. Well, I know there's not a manager in baseball right now that would do that. There isn't a guy that would have said
he's a big deal if they're going to win a World Series.
Yes.
They need him going forward. They need maximum Trey Savage. They got it in bulk today. When you got an opportunity to take a dude out, save some bullets for the next time he runs out there, you do it. It ain't about no hitters in playoff games. It's about winning the baseball game. Scoreboard tells you everything you need to know. They were up 12-0. John's thinking he's got that in hand. They basically did.
00590 star 590 1-888-666 0590 590 590 is the text line. Jay in New Westminster. Let's give Ross Atkins some credit. Not trading you Savage at the trade deadline might prove to be the best non-trade made in Blue Jays history. Honestly, Jay, I don't know how close they came to trading you Savage. I don't know if they did at all.
Yeah. We don't even know if they tried.
We definitely do not know if they tried. I will tell you this though, not trading Trey Savage. I'm glad they put him on the postseason roster because it would have been dumb to not trade him and let him finish the year in the minors and then just say, all right, kid, thanks for coming, go home. In other words, if you want to win this year, if you think he can help you this year, then bring him up and put him on the postseason roster the way the Jays did. But you hear rumors and all. I just don't know how close the Jays came to trading Trey Savage. I know they weren't going to trade Arjun Namala, but this is an organization that they're going to need pitching. They've got some guys leaving at the end of this year, and having that kid around, like I can't even imagine. You basically told the Yankees you're going to beat them, and he went out and did it.
That's what he said.
Well, come on, play it. This is what the Jays manager had to say.
Tough to put into words, Kid started an A-ball this year and just did that against that lineup. It's, we can think about all the stuff, stuff and demeanor like that. That's all there. But to go do that, it's, you think it's a pretty unique look, and it definitely showed, So what we were looking for were command, poise, all that kind of stuff. That was there. Swings were evident that stuff was good. And I knew I was getting booed when I went out there, but he wasn't going to go 120, 130 pitches. Just wanted to kind of let him get recognized for a job well done.
Was that the most you've ever enjoyed being booed? And what was that message like?
It's been happening a lot, but that was the best. Yeah, I was kind of joking with some, Gauzy and Max and Beebs and Pete. It's just like, wish me luck. I'm going out there, But I think that was special for him to kind of have that moment. A lot of guys, Trey, Varsh, Vlad, Ernie. I mean, it was a all-around good day. They're not going away. You know what I mean? They're obviously really good, really talented. So felt like 2 games almost. Trey and then kind of the back half of it. But I'll take getting booed like that every time.
It's John Schneider talking about the decision to take Trey Savage out. Well, it is, and that's again that is the point. He wasn't going to get a chance to throw 120 pitches and finish off the no-hitter. Now Justin Brule, I don't know if that would have been my call necessarily, but you know what, Justin Brule's on this roster because the Jays think they can help him. And I'm sure they thought at that point. They're not going to come out and say the game's over, but I'm sure they thought at that point, let's just let him out there. Let Justin Brule give us an inning, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, Cody Bellinger's a pretty good hitter. I mean, again, it's 12-0. You're not going to use your A team when it's 12-0 until you have to. And he started running Louis Varland out there and Sir Anthony out there because he had to. Like, you want to make sure you put a period on the end of the sentence to go to Yankee Stadium up 2-0. That's when you have to do it. But when it's 12-0, you're thinking that I will say the B team coming out of the pen, there's an A team and a B team. And they tried to run the B team out there to get it done, to get to the finish line. Had some hiccups, and they still got there. That's all that matters. I like the answer. He knew he was going to get some heat over going out there, but he had the answer of it would have taken about 120 pitches to get it done, and there's no chance he's throwing those.
The Blue Jays have beaten the New York Yankees 13-7 at the Rogers Center. They have a 2-0 lead in the best-of-5 ALDS series. They're off to the Bronx. Game 3 of that series will be Tuesday night at 7:08. Shane Bieber on the mound, and dare I say it, the Jays in position. Should I say it? The Jays in position to sweep the New York Yankees. We're going to take a break, come back on the other side, go back to the phone lines. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama, made precisely for you.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply. How did Babbel play videos?
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is a listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to be
Precio.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Okay, category is ways Desjardins Insurance goes the extra mile to make insurance easy. First question, what are some of the things you can easily do online or in the app?
Oh, view your policy.
Add a new driver.
Oh, update your address when you move?
Easy. You guys are good.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
Val here. Short for value. Sunwing's financial advisor. Let's talk smart booking. With Sunwing Vacations, you get insider tools like our lowest price calendar. It hunts down the cheapest day to travel so you don't have to. That's your hack for stretching dollars into daiquiris. Now that's how you outsmart the system and win at vacationing. Book with your local travel advisor or at...
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Springer coming home, and the Blue Jays take the lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
I'm built for this.
Savage with a 1-2. And he got him. Swings at a splitter in the dirt. Kirk with the tag. 3 strikeouts in the top of the first. 7th pitch to Stanton. Swing and a miss, he got him. Make it 4 strikeouts and 5 batters for Treyus Savage, 3-2. Called strike 3, throws him with a splitter, and Treyus Savage strikes out the side in the top of the third. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Treyus Savage punches out Aaron Judge. His 8th strikeout in 3 1/3. 1 down. His family being mobbed amid the Rogers Center crowd right now.
It was awesome. You guys are rocking. The city's awesome. And I love you guys.
Yeah, that is Treyus Savage. I'm sure the love is being returned and will be returned. You know, Kevin, I was thinking Treyus Savage getting taken out of the game. It reminded me a little bit of John Gibbons coming to take Marco Estrada out of that elimination game, that great pitching performance by Marco Estrada. I mean, I will say, obviously, Jose Bautista's bat flip, place was nuts. Edwin's home run, place was nuts. Russ Martin's home run, place was nuts. But for a pitching change, I don't remember a pitching change going as nuts as it was for that particular change. That was when John Gibbons, you could see him on the scoreboard going, wow, as he took the ball from Estrada. Same thing today. And I always think when I see these changes made, I'm going to ask Schneider about this at some point. 2002, Game 6 of the World Series. Dusty Baker goes out to take Russ Ortiz out of the game. He's pitched the game of his life. They got a 5-0 lead. Ortiz leaves the mound. Dusty calls him back, gives him the baseball as a souvenir. Ortiz goes off the field. Angels win the game 6-5, go on to win the World Series, and it's a part of Giants folklore because everybody in the scoreboard could see Dusty bring Ortiz back to give him the ball. So I always think of that whenever I see these sorts of situations. But we had John Schneider explain why he made the move, and you know, I think it pretty much dovetails with what we saw from where we were.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's right for the kid. I think that's what John was trying to make is the kid ain't throwing 120-plus pitches where he was at with the 78, how many punches he was getting. It was going to take a lot for him to get through. It just wasn't worth it. It was more about winning the game and making sure the kid was healthy enough to do whatever they asked him to do going forward.
Yeah, I got to say, 78 pitches with 11 strikeouts is pretty damn impressive.
It's not too bad.
11 strikeouts, you're usually looking closer to 90, 95 pitches most of the time.
He had 10 Ks with 62 pitches. He had 3 Ks in the first, 3 Ks in the third, and 3 Ks in the fourth. Like he was basically unhittable. That's basically what it came down to.
Let's go to Tim in Halifax. You're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey guys, what a great game to watch tonight.
It was wonderful.
Exactly. So I had a quick comment and then a question for both of you. The comment would be just, I don't often listen to the broadcast, couldn't watch the game, but listen to the whole thing start to finish. And I just wanted to commend Chris and Ben on their call. At moments it felt like you were there, just with their play-by-play and their commentary. It just what a great job. Playoffs is about people stepping up, and even the broadcasters are bringing their A game. Even in a 12-0 game at the time, you felt like you were there every pitch, every unbalanced swing, right?
Yeah, that was great. And I'll tell you, I think the next generation of Shulman announcers are well taken care of.
Very much. We're in great hands, I think, moving forward. And my question would be to both of you. Throughout on kind of a bigger picture, I know we could have talked a lot about, individual efforts tonight specifically, but was there a point for each of you in this season where you were kind of sitting there live at the ballpark watching the team, where each of you kind of sat back and said, man, this is going to be, did you realize this team had it? I think for fans, all of us kind of maybe had that moment during the Yankees series on Canada Day, but I'd be curious to see both of your guys' sort of firsthand views on sort of that moment for you guys where you kind of said, you know what, I think something about this team is special because I think, you know, may be different for all of us, but I think at this point, every one of us in the country feels it, you know, from Halifax across the country. So I'll hang up and let you guys answer and appreciate taking the call.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Appreciate on behalf of, I'm sure on behalf of Chris and Ben, I can thank you for it. You know, I'll start for me. Canada Day was the day that just kind of made me think, okay, this team is good enough to beat the Yankees, clearly, because they were making a habit of it. And at that point, I started, and they were moving into first place. And at that point, I'm thinking, okay, there's something special here. I go back, and Kevin, you know, I go back to the game against the San Diego Padres when Manny Machado made a bunch of errors, and we went on the post-game show that night, and I said, like, there's some weird stuff. I think it's the first time I used the phrase farting rainbows for John Schneider. Like, there's some weird stuff going on here at the Rogers Center. We spent a couple of years talking about where'd the home field advantage go and why couldn't they hit home runs here. And all of a sudden, weird stuff started happening to good teams. They came to the Phillies. Weird stuff happened to the Phillies. The Yankees, my God, I mean,
the missed ball in right field by Cody Bellinger.
The missed ball in right field by Cody Bellinger.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, pick a play Anthony Volpe didn't make. I mean, there was a run of 6 games when the Yankees came in here, and they left, you know, they left just tails dragging, Aaron Boone getting ripped, Anthony Volpe. I mean, he almost lost his job because of games against the Blue Jays. So those would be the 2 games where I really looked at this thing and thought, okay, there's something going on here.
Yeah, I think those are great calls. You know, all the games basically here where something would happen and you never felt like offensively they were out of it. There's one spot too where if you remember the time against the Guardians, Vladdy got hit. I think it was a couple of times.
Yeah.
And then Gosman hit Ramirez.
Yeah, Ramirez ended up going on the IL.
Look, I think that's sort of a turning point where, you know, it's us against everybody else. If you're going to do something to our best player, you're going to wear it. I just think that sort of, you know, got everybody together. Again, they're a good team. That's one spot for me. I think John Schneider in spring training, you know, starting the 26 against 1, the 9 against 1, the 13 against 1, moving the ball forward. I think all those things are a big deal. I think it was huge that they moved George Springer down in the lineup. I mean, I know this is not specific games, but I think all these things sort of add up to them sort of gaining momentum and getting the best out of players that matter the most. And without that, they wouldn't be where they're at today.
Before we go on and leave our friends at the network, I did want to also mention Dalton Varshaw's game today. 4 for 5, 2 home runs, a double. His double started things off. Aaron Judge misplayed the ball in right field. What a shock. And Ernie Clement hits a home run. Boom, 2-0. They're on their way. Dalton Varsho had a game today.
Yeah,
and Dalton Varsho, a left-handed hitter, batting 5th against Max Fried.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, if Dalton walks away from this thing knowing now that he should never swing at an elevated fastball or anything up because of what he did to balls down, that's the only approach he should ever have. He's basically mastered what he needs to do with his lower half. He's found something he doesn't ever have to think about anymore. I pick it up, I set it down, I let it eat. It's just what I'm letting it eat on. Walking away from this thing tonight, going and watching some video, and knowing all I have to do going forward is force myself to not swing at anything up. If I do that, I got a good chance of hitting balls to the moon.
Yeah, it was... there's not much more you can say about Dalton Varsho and about John Schneider. The idea, a lot of lefties didn't stay in the lineup.
No,
Nathan Lucas didn't get the starting lineup. You know, Addison Barger didn't. John Schneider's approach going into the game was, I want to keep as much of my best defense together as I possibly can. He's got a rookie on the mound. You know, if the ball's in play, you want plays made. You don't want guys booting the ball around. You want everything set up for the kid to have success in his first postseason game. Kudos to John Schneider for doing that.
I think that's a big deal, but also John knowing that Fried, sweeper, that's a ball down. Sinker, that's a ball down. What did Dalton hit in his first 2 bats? A sweeper and a sinker down. Like, you know, again, John, everything he does, Jeff, is, Almost like he's farting them rainbows, bud.
He does have a reason. He does have a reason for it. There's no doubt about that. The Blue Jays have beaten the New York Yankees 13-7. 15 hits for the Blue Jays, 10 hits for the Yankees. The Yankees doing all their damage against the Jays bullpen. That will certainly be a talking point going into New York City. But again, we'll hear more from John Schneider about the bullpen. I'm willing to bet that you're going to hear a lot of talk about guys who really haven't been out there for a couple of days. But I think Barker's right. They went with the B bullpen today, and you can do that when you got a 12-0 lead. You can go with the B bullpen. That's it for us as far as the network is concerned. If you're listening on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, or in Toronto, if you want to listen to us online, continue to do that, please. 13-7, the Blue Jays beating the New York Yankees. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays postseason baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts.
While we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry. Help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
They say when you're sad or a little bit down, that's the perfect time to volunteer. For me, I get so much from donating blood. It's an instant way to shift that mindset. I walk in here with a purpose, and when I've accomplished that, I walk out with my head a little bit higher. I know that I've helped somebody, but that person has also helped me.
Canadian Blood Services. Experience what you get when you give. Book an appointment at blood.ca.
Bright sunshine day.
Did you know 2 in 5 Canadians will face cancer in their lifetime? Early detection can make all the difference. Whole Body MRI offers advanced medical scans using state-of-the-art AI-powered MRI technology, capable of detecting early-stage cancers and over 500 other conditions. Take control of your health. Visit wholebodymri.ca to book now. Again, that's wholebodymri.ca. Get scanned.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. EyeSight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models and get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Get winter ready with CarQuest Auto Parts. Save on premium brand name products. Castrol Magnatech Synthetic Oil 5-liter jug $29.97. Prestone Premix Coolant 3.78-liter jug $14.97. CarQuest Washer Fluid 3.78-liter jug $3.97. And Trico Ice Winter Wiper Blades all sizes $14.97. Hit the road with CarQuest for your auto parts needs. Visit a CarQuest Auto Parts store or carquest.ca for full flyer details at participating locations.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
This has got to be Cloud 9. I mean, I couldn't imagine a better feeling right now. It's something I've never felt before. The energy and the passion that this fan base has, and all 44,000 people that were here tonight, it's special. And I mean, they're the reason I had so much juice and life in me, and I thank them for it.
Yeah, Trey Savage. A lot of people will be thanking Trey Savage as well tonight. It is Blue Jays Talk, a winning postseason edition of Blue Jays Talk. 13-7, the Blue Jays beating the New York Yankees, Game 2 of the ALDS. The Jays can wrap this series up on Tuesday in the Bronx and move on to face the winner of the Detroit Tigers, Seattle Mariners series. The Jays jumping out to an 12-0 to a 12-0 lead through 5 innings over the Yankees. The Yankees coming back against the Blue Jays bullpen, but really the game all said and done. Trey Savage was awfully good, historically good as a matter of fact. Youngest pitcher in MLB history to allow 0 hits in a playoff start. Lots of offense. Vladdy Jr. hits the first grand slam in Blue Jays postseason history. Blue Jays scored 11 runs through 4 innings against the Yankees. They've never done that in any game as a franchise. And my goodness, Dalton Varsho. Dalton Varsho had himself a day. He had a couple of the Blue Jays' 5 home runs. Dalton Varsho's 4 extra base hits. I'm sorry, he's the first player with 5 extra base hits within the first 2 games of a single postseason, going back to yesterday's game as well. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. The text line is open. It is 590-590. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker here with Blue Jays Talk. Tony in Cornwall, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, guys. Just an incredible game. I just couldn't believe my eyes. Jeff, I just wanted to say that Guerrero, to me, is the most awesome player today. I'm talking about today in Major League Baseball, a player that plays under the pressure that he plays under with a smile on his face. And it's as if the greater the pressure, whether it's in New York in Yankee Stadium, like he hits, I think, out of 23 home runs, 16, I don't know what the stats are. Majority of his home runs are in the opponent's home field. And he does the same thing when he comes to the Blue Jays home field. He sets the table. He comes up and he smashes that home run yesterday, sets the tone for his whole teammates, and they love him. And he's a real leader. You see him hugging guys. He's dancing with Kirk. You know, he loves his teammates, and they love him. And when you play baseball, And, guys that are professionals, they understand this. When you guys are ready to go to war together, the guys that are chipping in those doubles and those singles and the constant harassing of the other team's pitchers. And again, Guerrero comes up, yesterday 3 for 4. Today, I don't know what he was. I know he got the grand slam, and he had, I think he had 2 other hits. But, he sets the tone. I had to replay that home run. It was devastation. If you look at the fans behind, when he made the crack of the bat and the sound, people immediately knew it was out.
Well, he stood there. He stood there and watched it go out too, and then flipped the bat, and then went around the bases and pointed down at one point. This is my house, and of course, he got a curtain call. And kudos to Blue Jays fans, because I've been saying I love curtain calls. I want more of them. And we saw a couple with Alejandro, or we've seen a couple. One with Alejandro Kirk. We saw 2 today actually with Vladdy. We saw the other one with Trey Yesavich, and I would love to have been able to get some of the thoughts in the Yankees dugout when Trey Yesavich came out. I've not often seen a starting pitcher get a curtain call while the game's going on. I really haven't. Tony, I appreciate the call. Thanks so much. 13-7, the Blue Jays beating the New York Yankees. The Yankees are down 2-0. They've been down 0-2 in series before, 6 times as a matter of fact. Mm-hmm. Guess what they've done?
What? Yeah.
They've come back and won all those series. There's 6 series, haven't they? You were just showing me the. Pull that up again so I can look at it. In the meantime, let's hear from the Yankees manager Aaron Boone. He was asked about Trey Yesavich and staring down an 0-2 hole in the ALDS.
Aaron Yesavich shut down the offense, hit Lewis through 5 in the third, striking out 11. What was it about his stuff that was clearly challenging for your offense?
Yeah, I mean, that was nasty stuff. I mean, that split is, unlike much you ever run into. And, I think he was starting it up a lot, breaking it down off the plate, using his fastball enough and slider enough. But, we just didn't have an answer for the split that, he was on his game.
Aaron, having never seen Yesavich before, how much can you prepare for someone, and how different is it once they step in the batter's box, especially with that unique arm angle?
Yeah. I mean, you can prepare pretty well. I mean, there's a lot of information, a lot of video, a lot of those things. You're facing different pitchers every day, and you know what different fastballs and stuff looks like. So you at least have an idea. But then there's no substitute for experience, someone too. And then the fact that he is a bit unique, I'm sure played into, a little bit of his effectiveness. But he was on his game, and he was, and we just obviously had a hard time putting it in play against him.
Aaron, what's your take on this 0-2 hole you guys have fallen into, and is it almost more jarring because the games both of them have been blowouts and one of them's against your ace?
Baseball's a funny game. Like, I know we'll show up and ready to go expecting to win Tuesday night. So, obviously it feels like the world's caving in around you, and, you lose 2 games like that in their building where it doesn't go right. But all of a sudden you go out there and win a ball game on Tuesday, the needle can change. There's been a lot of weird things that have happened in baseball this year. This would not be the weirdest, us, rallying. So we'll come ready to go Tuesday, expect to win, and then, and then look to win again and push it back here. So I don't think we haven't lost any confidence. Obviously they've had our number and gotten the better of us so far this year. But I don't think anyone in our room doesn't feel like we can't go out and beat them. So, we got to play better. We got to, pitch and swing it better. But we're certainly capable of it, and we'll expect to do that on Tuesday night.
That is Aaron Boone, the manager of the New York Yankees. There have been 6 times. This is what I was trying to say before. There have been 6 times in franchise history that the Yankees have come back to win a series after falling behind 0-2 in 1956 World Series against the Dodgers. I don't remember that. 1958 World Series against the Braves. I wasn't around for that either. 1978 World Series against the Dodgers. Remember that. 1996 World Series against the Braves. Covered that. 2001 ALDS versus the Athletics. Covered that. 2017 ALDS versus the Indians. Covered that. So there you go. The Yankees have come back from 0-2 deficits before. They'll have to do it against Shane Bieber, and I would think Kevin Barker, they'll have to do it against a team that feeling pretty good about itself right now.
Yeah, especially with Vladdy doing Vladdy things. I think that's sort of the X factor is when you got him figuring out the mechanical thing. That's a huge deal. Again, just the conversation around that is ramped up enough that, he's paying a little bit more attention. I've seen a bunch of views from the side and the front of the home run, the grand slam he hit, and you can tell just when the foot goes, the hand goes at the same time. Everything's in line, and he's got a little pause when he hits his foot to make his positive move towards the target. And because he's Vladdy, the ball just don't sort of stay in the yard. He hits it so hard, it just... he's elite offensively when mechanically he's on point. So I think for me, it's going to be heavy lifting for the Yankees. Can they? Yeah. It's baseball, it's sports. Will they? I don't see it. We said this coming in. We thought it'd be a good series, but we both, I think, thought that 1 through 26, the Jays have a better roster. They have a better team. They can beat you in multiple ways. You add the Vladdy effect to it, it's a little different than
just watching a replay of Trey Savage striking out Anthony Volpe. That's the one we were talking about where he turns around and just kind of nods and walks off. It's pretty electrifying stuff seeing a pitcher with that stuff and that attitude out there. It really is. Matt and Stovall, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hi there. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well, Matt. How's the traffic?
Oh, brutal. With my boys and my wife in the car, I listen to you guys all the time. You guys on Jays Talk help me put my boys to bed every night after the game, so I want to say thanks for that.
Hopefully we're not that boring.
No, it's not boring.
I know, I'm kidding. I know, I'm kidding. I appreciate the sentiment.
As you can see, as you can hear, I lost my voice. The crowd was unbelievable today. Every at-bat, every pitch, everyone was standing up, waiting for the next pitch or the next home run. The confidence that we saw in Trey, and I kept telling the boys because they both play rep ball now, I kept saying, look at his confidence. When he said he was built for this, it's not that he's cocky, he's confident. And you could see that with every pitch, every time he got the ball back, every time a strike didn't go his way. It was just, he said, I know what I'm doing, I'm going for it. The same I could see with Vladdy as well. Vladdy's been there's something changed as soon as the postseason started. You could see it in his eyes, see it in his face. Now in the team that, of course, he saw before, but he knows this is it. This is our time. With that being said, I do have a question. Not too sure if you guys spoke about this already, but I want to hear what both of your thoughts are on Snyder's decision pulling Savage out with pulling him out of the game with one out, and then Boone's decision pulling Fried out and had Warren in for 3 innings, just giving up run after run after run. When I would have thought that's something Fried could have done and saved that bullpen. So just want to, again, thanks guys for all your work. Great season, and go Jays, go.
Appreciate the call, and thank you for the sentiment, Kevin. I'll turn it over to you.
I think both pitching moves were made because Booney wants his ace for Game 5.
Mm-hmm.
And going forward, John's thinking, if I can't save or keep a 12-run lead, we don't need to be winning anyway. Like, the kid did his job. He did everything he needed to do. And John's thinking about the future, right? You want to make sure everybody's healthy and running into whenever Trey is going to make his next start. Again, once you think about it and you hear John say it out loud, it makes perfect sense. Again, the no-hitter, do we care? The Jays are trying to win a World Series. They think they got a borderline great team. And it just seems like they got a ton of confidence in the kid, and they want to make sure that he's 100%. And John said it right. He wanted to make sure he let the fans show how much Trey meant to him. And, he had a no-hitter, but for me, when you listen to John and you really think about it and you watch it play out, for me, it made perfect sense.
On the text line, Parm from Hamilton, you'll take a 2-0 series lead any day, but there is something to say about letting a team get their groove or confidence back. Do you think that's something to be even mildly concerned about, or do you just chalk it up as managing the better side of a blowout? I saw nothing tonight that would suggest the Yankees have their groove or confidence back.
If Bieber's locating glove side, the Yankee season's over.
Yeah.
How's that?
I think that's, I think that's it. And I think Kevin summed up the bullpen issue as well. I mean, John was basically going with his B bullpen.
12-0.
And then I think he wanted to go with Louis Varland because at some point you go with your B bullpen and then you say, you know what, in the last two innings, I'm going to get this over with, basically.
That's 13-7.
It's 13-7. Let's just get this over with. And Trent from Toronto, I love this text. As a young Montreal Canadiens fan growing up in Halifax in the 70s, I was too young to appreciate the 1971 debut of the late, great Ken Dryden. But as we Canadians may be blessed in the year of his passing to see a debut similar in style and quality in that of Trey Savage. Ken Dryden making his rookie debut for the Montreal Canadiens, winning the Stanley Cup. And, of course, Ken Dryden passing away a little earlier this year. And, boy, if Trey Savage can continue to have the type of postseason Ken Dryden did and go on to have the type of career as a pitcher Ken Dryden had as a goaltender, well, that'd be something else. John and Keswick, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Oh, thanks for having me. I love your show, guys, especially when you argue with each other.
We don't argue. Parker, do we argue with each other?
Never. You guys are like brothers, but brothers have differences. So, Trey Savage is the secret weapon for the Jays, and they got Bieber now, and they could go. They could go all the way. Guerrero's clicking, and the whole team, they play so well together, defensively, offensively. It's just that play that Guerrero made yesterday at first there was incredible. But the whole team is just so much fun to watch. It's so exciting. My one thing I wanted to say about in the next series.
Whoa! The next series, you're already looking ahead.
I know. Too much of an optimist. I'm thinking Max Scherzer's had his last pitch for the Jays. What's your opinion on that?
Thanks for the call. I don't know. It's all going to depend on the matchup. And look, he would have been on the roster had the Jays been facing the Boston Red Sox. John's approach with Max Scherzer and Chris Bassett was, look, you're on. If I can't use you, you're not on the roster. I mean, that's one reason Justin Brewell's on the roster, because the Yankees have left-handed hitters, and
6 of them.
Six of them, and John foresaw a situation where you may have to use an extra lefty if things get hairy. You don't know. Certainly, you have more. They'll have more utility for you than Max Scherzer, Chris Bassett, who are going to need a long time to warm up if you do bring him out of the bullpen. So. And it's a 5-game series, 7-game series, going on to the World Series. Maybe you look at things a little, differently, but I don't think we can say that. I think a lot will depend on the matchups. I certainly foresee, if the Jays do get past this, I certainly foresee a world where Chris Bassett's on the roster.
Yeah, I think it's about your bullpen, too. Yariel Rodriguez, Tommy Nance, Justin Brewell's of the world. Like, what are you going to do with them when they pitch and how much they mean to you? Would you rather have 2 starters, experienced starters? How are you going to use them? Could you use one out of the pen? Could you start one? Like, there's a lot of decisions there. I'd be shocked if one of the two is not on it. I'm not sure about both.
No, I don't think there's a world where both are. I honestly don't.
And I think Bassett's numbers at home is a huge deal. Yep. He obviously dominates at home. He has struggles on the road, so I would think he has a leg up. But I'm with you. It's going to come down to the khakis and John and, trying to figure out who matches up when. And when would John use them? That would be the question, right? If you're sitting at home thinking about, right, if you, want to put the cart before the horse and say you're facing the Tigers, when would you pitch Max? When would you throw Bassett? Like, that's sort of how you would think about it, thinking whether one or both's on the roster. I mean, that's fun. It's kind of, something you can sit around and think about if you want to. I wouldn't do that just yet because the Yankees are the Yankees, and you got to go to Yankee Stadium, and you got to finish business. But That's kind of fun to even have it in your conversation every once in a while.
Well, it may get lost in the 13-7 win, but let's not forget that the first big blow of this game was struck by Ernie Clement, as Mr. Barker predicted, both up in the press box and we're watching it and on the pregame show. A 2-run home run in the second inning after Dalton Varsho reached on a leadoff double that was booted around by Aaron Judge. And Ernie Clement was asked about that early home run and also, of course, what he saw from Trey Savage.
Yeah, it was awesome. It's kind of what you dream about, as a kid in the backyard. But, usually it's in the 9th inning when you do that kind of thing. So, I still had a lot of game left, so I had to lock back in. I had to walk back into the clubhouse and kind of gather myself because my heart was beating so fast. I was so excited, but had to reel it back in and finish the ball game.
Ernie, we just talked to Trey. Obviously, unbelievable game from him. What was your perspective on what he did watching him from third base?
Yeah, he made our job in the field easy. He struck everybody out, so that was nice. Because those ground balls can get a little scary in those kind of games. But no, he was amazing. He was amazing, very poised. It's the same Trey that we've seen for his first couple starts. So very encouraging, and I'd encourage him to keep making our job easy.
Ernie, just wondering what was going through your mind as you were running around the bases, first career playoff hit, and you kind of had your arms out, like maybe you were flying or something. Just wondering what that moment was.
I have no idea. I don't remember anything. I totally blacked out. I honestly have no idea what I was doing. I look like an idiot, but it is what it is.
That is Ernie Clement talking about his 2-run homer. That lifted the roof off this place as well. And then, it's great. You get that, and then Trey Savage comes out the next inning, strikes out the side, finishing it off, getting Trent Grisham to look at a called third strike on a splitter. And, that's kind of the way you draw it up. Score early, pitcher comes out, shuts him down, you go back to the plate, score more runs. 3 more runs the next inning.
Yeah. When Ernie's swinging at everything, it's very hard to pitch to him. You really don't know how to change enough speeds. You don't know how just far enough you need to go to get him out right. That's an 0-0 breaking ball basically below his knees, and he pulled that with backspin on a guy that, if he'd been paying attention, had thrown Vladdy 99-mile-an-hour sinkers. What would tell him? Obviously, he's a free swinger, and he'd like to hit the heater. But a 78-mile-an-hour breaking ball on 0-0 that's below the knees, it's just, when he's locked in like that and he's just sort of able to go up and be himself, there's not a lot of expectations offensively. He's had a really good year. But John, does a really good job of putting him in spots to where Ernie can just go up and be Ernie. He's not asked to overthink it. He's just asking to move the ball forward to the big part of the field, help his team win a baseball game. Other than that, don't ever think it. And just to be able to see him go up and have those big-time at-bats against good pitching. Jeff, that's some kind of special. Because I know what I'd be looking for, and it wouldn't be no 0-0 breaking ball below the knees against the dude that I've just watched throw really good hitters, 99-mile-an-hour sinkers. It's just a testament to this entire roster, what they've done all year. And, boy, again, I know we say this a lot, but this team is a lot of fun to watch. Every individual brings something different. I think that's why they're so hard to pitch to. They're so hard to strike out. It's like Dalton has a problem with the elevated fastball. If he lays off it, he's a huge threat. You could go down the list of individually, they're all different, which makes them a real pain to get out.
Squeeze in one more call. Daniel from Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk. Daniel. I guess Daniel is
sitting in traffic.
Not there. He's probably sitting in traffic. Cannot hear you, Daniel. Are you there, Daniel? Going once. Going twice. He gone. Sorry about that, Daniel. Well,
it's not Daniel's fault.
That's not Daniel's fault.
Oh.
13-7, the Blue Jays have beaten the New York Yankees. They'll have tomorrow off. They'll be off to the Bronx. As a matter of fact, they've already left the Bronx. They'll or left for the airport, I should say. They will have a workout tomorrow at Yankee Stadium. And then 7:08 is the first pitch on Tuesday. Game 4, if necessary. is Wednesday in the Bronx. And then if they need a Game 5, they bring it back home here.
Yeah, the Beeb's 10 days off. I mean, that's a lot. He hasn't dealt with that all season. Yeah, I know the rest. He's went through it with the Tommy John and coming back from that and the way he's been pitching. And, he's been a little up and down. It's usually every start is something different. How can you piece it together and get it closer to that first start against the Marlins, right? That glove side command with all the different pitches. He has that. This series is over.
On the text line, Rich and Ajax, no matter what John says and you Savage, there's only one answer. They want him available for Game 5.
Absolutely.
And Sean from Toronto wants to know who starts Game 4. I mean, I got my theory on that. I think Varland and Lauer.
I think that's fair.
Like we said a little earlier.
Can I go as far as saying they ain't going to be a Game 4?
Yeah, and I would not disagree with you. I have an inordinate amount of confidence in Shane Bieber at Yankee Stadium.
I just don't think the lefty's going to have an answer for what the lineup of the Jays are throwing at him, especially when Vladdy's Vladdy.
No, I am with you. And boy, Vladdy has been Vladdy, and Dalton's been Dalton, and Ernie's been Ernie, and
George has been George.
George has been George. And
Kirky's been Kirky.
Kirky's been Kirky.
And it's a plethora, Jeff.
Trey Savage.
Say it for me.
Trey Savage.
13 against who? Say it, Jeff.
It takes a village.
Yes.
I'm tired of 26 or 13 against one. I'm tired of it takes a village. But it does. But you know what it really takes?
Let's hear it.
It takes a dude throwing a no-hitter.
There you go.
In his first postseason start. So that's it for us. 13-7. 2-zip. The Blue Jays lead this best-of-5 series. They can wrap her up on Tuesday. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays baseball. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays postseason baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
In the late 90s, a groundbreaking all-female music festival emerged, led by Canadian artist Sarah McLachlan.
Promoter said, you can't put 2 women on the same bill. People won't come. And it put a huge fight.
Here's one of the spots where the Blue Jays thrive. Runner at third, nobody out. Ernie Clement leans into one to deep left field. It is gone! Ernie Clement makes it 2-0. Different guy every night. The story of the Blue Jays. This time it's Ernie Clement launching a 2-run home run to start the scoring.
Didn't even have time to tell you that he swings about 50% of the time on the first pitch. That's how quick those two things just happen.
Kiner for nothing. He does, and he makes a ton of contact. There's not a lot of power in there, but
Hits this ball out. His first home run in almost 2 months. Yeah, he just reaches out and watch how it looks like he's off balance, but he catches. His hands stay behind, even though his body looks like he might be fooled on that breaking ball, and enough topspin lob there to get that ball to carry. They said the ball carries down the lines here really well. We've seen evidence of that now.
This guy right here, Alejandro Kirk, the 2 home runs yesterday. Fried would love to get another ground ball double play against him. Get out of this unscathed. Hey! There with a change. A changeup has been the pitch that Max Fried has leaned on down the stretch. Hit a 1.37 ERA over his last 8 starts. And the changeup, opponents were 2 for 33 against in that time. Good 99 with the sinker.
Yeah, and that can be not necessarily a great sign for Max Fried. I mean, it means you're revving the engines a little bit too much, trying to get perfect pitches and swing and misses. His curveball is a swing and miss pitch. We haven't really seen the big north and south one. And it looks like he's trying to power everything right now into this lineup that doesn't bother them. It really doesn't. Could throw 110. I think their style of hitting would be conducive for putting it in play.
Schneider at third, Guerrero at first. On a 2-1, Alejandro Kirk chases, and it's 2-2. Alejandro Kirk, the best 2-strike hitter in baseball this year. The league average with 2 strikes is 170. He was 270. First and third, one away. 2-2 pitch. Kirk puts it in play, right side. Rice's only play is at first. Fried covers, but a run comes to the back door. And an RBI for Kirk. Schneider scores 3-0 Blue Jays. Again, the bat-to-ball ability, the refusal to strike out leads directly to a run.
Absolutely. I've been saying it for years. These are the kind of things that help you win playoff games. They may not be great in the regular season because they don't value the things they should value to help you win baseball games. And guess what? This is when they really come out.
Up to second goes Guerrero. 2 gone for Dalton Varsho. Down the line, a fair ball. Guerrero can walk home. Varsho's got extra bases again. His second double in 3 innings. Max Fried had given up 1 run in his last 20 innings. He's given up 4 in 2 2/3.
Right down the line, and Varshaw's not messing around. He's not going to get deep in the count with a guy that has 5 different weapons. So, man, the amazing offense with runners on is just amazing.
Ernie Clement, the home run hit of the first time, fouls it off. And the Blue Jays, in 11 offensive innings in this series, have scored 14 runs on 20 hits. Matt Blake already on the phone to the bullpen. Fried's 0-1, very high. The 1-1 pitch. Trey Savage ready to get back out there with his 7 Ks. 1-2 to Clement. Is into left field and a base hit. Here comes Varsho. Bellinger's throw. No chance. Extra 90 feet on the throw home. Ernie Clements knocked in 3. The Blue Jays 5.
Well, 2 strikes, doesn't matter. Middle of the plate, they're going to put it in play. And you get a great jump with 2 outs, obviously, when you're a base runner. They got to their magic number already when they score 5 runs. What is it, 72-4 now? 71-4 going into yesterday. And there haven't been many swing and misses, period, by the Toronto offense.
Vlad Jr., 5 for 6 in this division series. His last 8 games against the Yankees, he's hitting above 600.
He's such a rhythm hitter. You see where he starts with the bat, but then he gets the bat in position. Again, he's not going to launch and lift. He's going to attack the angle, more line drive. Think about growing up in that household and having hitting be seen and taught in a different way than what the guys are being taught today. He's a comfortable, confident hitter when his mechanics and timing is on plate.
A 2-0. Vlad takes a strike. Growing up in that household, not growing up in major league stadiums, major league clubhouses. He'd follow his dad everywhere, and he would be a 6-7-year-old kid making the big leaguers say, "There's no way." Yeah. Tell me how old this kid is.
Watch his foot tap. That's the timing of when he's on time. He gets that short toe down and gone.
Baby, goodbye. Vlad Jr. strikes again. Vlad and the Jays are humiliating the New York Yankees. Outscoring them 19-1 over the first game and a half. 2-0 on Kirk.
I want you to watch how simple this is, the timing mechanism. See, he gets it down and then he loads up. And when he was off, that timing was off. And that's all it takes. Every hitter has a mechanism to start the angle of the bat and create power. And that is as simple and as standard for Guerrero as you'll ever see. It's not a big move. It's not a high leg kick and put the foot down. It's just a simple heel to toe and then let your hands go.
He's so sensitive to that timing, but when it's locked in, there is no more dangerous hitter in baseball.
Yep.
Varsho, 2 doubles, 2 runs scored.
Yeah, I'm good. Yep.
Piece of the home plate umpire. Adam Amari's okay as Austin Wells checks on, but we get to listen in. Feels like weeks ago when this was a 2-1 game.
Yeah.
6th inning yesterday.
Getting ready to say that whole thing flipped on its ear, and that guy right there is a cage. He's a caged animal. He wants to get back out there. He's waiting a long time. And whenever you wait a long time, 1 or 2 things have happened. You're getting a ton of runs, right? And you got to go back out and get your rhythm going again. Or there's been a rain delay. And obviously, it's not a rain delay. It's a ton of runs. And pitchers are creatures of habits. Some will just sit there, and the others will, like, I got to get up and walk around. And nope.
He's got 4 no-hit innings. I hope that he doesn't kill his time by eating a Zach nut.
No. He will not be doing that. They don't even have that anymore.
I don't think they have him in Canada.
No,
either.
not in Canada.
Or maybe only in Canada. What do we know? For the folks that don't know, John Lopes lost a no-hitter thanks to a Zach nut. They're going to lose this ball. Somebody's going to find it as a souvenir. They're handing them out like hotcakes. It's 11-0 Blue Jays as Varsho goes deep. This is the most lopsided stretch of postseason baseball you will ever see.
Yeah, it's like it's on the tee for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Springer crooks one, left center field. That's headed for the seats. It's gone. Springer's first hit of the postseason is a home run. A dozen for the Blue Jays. It's the 20th of George Springer's postseason career. So many different ways to slice how dominant this has been. The Blue Jays now have more home runs than the Yankees have hits.
You can fix it. That jacket.
It's gonna be smelly, isn't it? Send that to the dry cleaner.
That jacket's getting a workout. Sinker right into that barrel.
Blue Jays have tied their franchise record, 4 home runs in a postseason game.
Well, there is something special when you have catchers that when a manager or even a pitcher can see the difference of how he sets the glove and how he receives the pitch and the presentation that he gives. It's enticing for the pitcher to throw it to his area. And that's what he possesses. Good hands action of the glove and the presentation that he gives not only to the umpire, but to the pitcher himself.
This guy's having a heck of a day of his own. 2 doubles, or sorry.
Yeah, it's a question. It's a question.
2 doubles?
He's going to have to get a single here.
He's got a home run either way.
And then I'll go over to where the official score is, and I'll show him my scorecard and see if, you know.
I think to get to him, you have to climb a ladder and then take a slide down a level.
Well, again, I do it in pen, so I'm not changing it.
Right. Yeah. Hook down the right field line. Judge is going back to the corner. It's gone! It's an incredible day for Dalton Varsho. Forget the single. How about 2 doubles, 2 home runs?
See, if he doesn't touch home plate right here, he gets a triple.
Give it up. Wonder how many Blue Jays have had 12 total bases in a postseason game.
He's just on fire right now. Man, oh man. These guys realize they don't give out an MVP for the division series.
Oh, right, save it. Strike on Clement. It should not be that big of a surprise watching Dalton Varsho have this kind of day, especially not a surprise watching a homer. He had 20 of them in 71 games this year.